Welcome in, everyone. We are back with Road to Empress 2 by, oh goodness. One new game. That's what it is. That's the people. One new game. This is a cinematic interactive drama, so let's get back into it, shall we? Oh, whoops. I then turned it off. I'm such a great streamer. By someone or other. No, it's One New Games. They're good. This is the second game that they've done, and now you get to see new one games. You can see all their opening cinematics. There's flashing images and such. So, yeah. I meant to hit this button, and I hit the wrong one, because I'm a dum-dum. Here we go. We're back. With our perpetually, game-playing, main character. So, let's find out what we have learned since last time. Alright, we have learned about our brothers. Okay, let's do the first one first. Your eldest brother, Wu Yangqing, after your father died, he never stopped tormenting you, the daughter of a second wife. Escaping his cruelty was one of the reasons you entered the palace. Even so, the scars run deep. You still dream sometimes of him and Wu Yangshang strangling you to death. He's currently an ally. A bad teammate is still a teammate. Just don't throw. He's currently an ally. And then our other brother, the second eldest. Same deal. Your second eldest brother, after your father died, he never stopped tormenting you either. The daughter of a second wife. Escaping his cruelty is one of the reasons you entered the palace. Even so, you still dream sometimes of him and your oldest brother strangling you to death, because they were very cruel. Let's see here. Young adult. After Li Huang's death, Li Xian was named crown prince by order of succession. Compared to his elder brother, he is far more reserved, yet all the more diligent. Officials who have visited the Eastern Palace speak of him as a future wise ruler. Well, we'll find out, but he is currently an enemy. Shangguan Yi, grand tutor to the crown prince. Li Ji appointed him to teach Li Huang on account of his vast learning, though he never consulted you first. You have since heard troubling rumors. He was once a close friend of Chancellor Zhang Sun, and every year on the anniversary of the Chancellor's death, he pays his respects in secret. This does not sit well with you. After his arrest, his eldest son insisted on sharing his father's guilt. Both died in prison. They left behind a granddaughter who was sent to Yiting as a palace maidservant. Her name is Wanner. Shangguan Yi could never have imagined what fate had in store for his bloodline. Well, that's kind of sad. I mean, he was very ambitious. I totally meant to do that. Yep. You're right, Trav. I totally meant to do that. Hey. The Grand Astrologer. He's been the Grand Astrologer across 3 reigns. I mean, look at how ancient he is. No. He was already serving at court when you were still a Karen. It was he who divined the prophecy, a woman ruler named Wu shall rule the realm. And when the moment came, he protected you. Rumor has it he has spent years perfecting the art of reversing age. He's well past 100 now, yet his hair is white as crane feathers and his eyes are sharp as ever. You cannot help but wonder, how does he do it? And will he teach you? I don't know if we want to live forever necessarily, but sure. Alright, let's see. Your eldest son and crown prince of Shang, under the tutelage of Shangguan Yi, he was rigorously trained as heir to the throne. Though he still shows you respect, his views on governance have begun to diverge from yours, creating distance, even quiet estrangement. Was this the subtle influence of his worthy teacher, or had he simply grown into his own man? Either way, this is not what you had hoped for. The death of your eldest son was a devastating blow. Rumors that you poisoned him only deepened the wound. In truth, Li Huang had been frail, suffering from chronic illness, yet the strain between you did worsen his condition. Even between mother and son, blood ties do not always prevail against power. So he is very much dead, which is very, very sad. And then we still have a few people left to unlock. So, Let's see what collectibles have shown up. We have Celestial Ginseng. A gift from Li Fu, who swears it was 100-year-old wild ginseng, perfect for restoring vitality, especially for someone like you, who rises before dawn for court and reads memorials until the candles burn low. The path ahead is long. Better keep pushing. Alright. Naoti Gold. A refined goldwork technique dating back to the Han Dynasty, using delicate strands of gold and silver to create intricate, flat, or three-dimensional patterns, often with open work designs. Rare in China, it likely originated from the Mediterranean, making a classic example of East-West artistic fusion. Very pretty, though. Okay. More is down. This one's still locked. We literally have already looked at that. There's this whole section that's locked. Okay, that's it. It's all for this section. And then the wiki. Collective punishment. In ancient China, serious crimes such as rebellion often brought punishment upon the entire family. When one person was convicted, their relatives could be implicated as well. Adult men were typically executed while women were seized and forced into servitude. The system was undeniably brutal, yet it reflected the traditional belief that a family shared both honor and responsibility. It is quite true that you tend not to rebel quite as much if it's not just you who dies, but you and everybody you love. Scholars of the North Gate. They serve as your confidants, informants, and eyes within the court, helping weaken the Chancellor's influence so power can gradually fall into your hands. We've read all of this. I think that's the only new stuff. We still got some stuff in here to unlock. Alrighty then. Well, we're 66.2% of the way through. We've had to go a bit back in time. '41 is apparently when we become Empress all on our own. Let's see where we are here. We're trying to survive our son, and so far it has been only death. How do we get to this branch? I don't think we can. We may have to go a little further back. Let's go all the way back to here. Will you take action to suppress the rumors? Yep.
西心，遏制宫中一切太子的流言，再有非议太子者，严惩不贷。是。
He is our son. Yes, you do.
天后，陛下已经等了许久了，我这就
退下吧。
Just let him rest. Don't wake him up. I will sit with him. He is getting so frail. The stress is killing him. Literally.
时间过得真快呀。
So they are in their 40s now. By this point in the timeline. I mean, obviously the actors aren't, but...
主子，
Good
东宫
afternoon,
来传消
Grandpa.
息，
Welcome
太子
in.
殿下想为主子亲自编写列传，特请主子前去指教。贤儿有心了，走吧。
天后这边请。
东宫里似有埋伏，人数不小。
It's a tarp. I'm gonna see if I can survive it. We're being Admiral Akbar at the moment.
天后，请。
母后，母后，你来了。我正在为母后写列传呢。
贤儿真是个孝顺的孩子。
母后难得来一次，给儿臣讲讲故事吧。儿臣想听。亦想把母后的故事写成一部传世之作，名字我都想好了，就叫《盛世天下》。
是个好名字。贤儿这么一说，母后倒的确想起了一件往事。
So, we've been through all of these, but this was in the version of we had let the rumors fly, but now we have quashed the rumors. So let's see if this touching story here about the day we were crowned Empress will actually help us survive. Miko, welcome in! Good job on the first. Very well done, my friend. Yep, he did. He said the thing.
母后是在册封皇后那天，得知腹中有你，母后只觉你乃天赐，令母后喜上加喜。后来你的父皇为母后举办了盛大的封后典礼，在万民同庆的祝贺下，你在母后的腹中，仿佛和母后的心连在一起，陪着母后一步一步地走上台阶，我们一同走向你的父皇。母后一手牵住你的父皇，一手轻抚腹中的你，在万众瞩目之下共此盛世。那一幕是母后此生铭记于心的美好。冥冥之中，你陪母后度过了所有最幸福的时光。
Yeah, and then we had to run a war, so he didn't get a lot of time with us. So I could play this one again and see if that helps, or I could also play upon his fears. We didn't go through that particular version in the timeline where we didn't quash the rumors, so I don't know. Chat, tell me what to do. We got two choices. Trav will probably offer something ridiculously off the wall as a third choice that I don't currently have, but you guys, you tell me. I love it when you guys help me play this game. We'll find the deaths together. Which one is the truth? I know truth rarely favors you in this game, but... technically neither. So, we are at a point in this game, Bramble, where we have become the Emperor, and in fact have... Our Emperor, before his health issues got really bad, labeled us the Heavenly Emperor and Empress, as sort of elevating us into godly status, will hopefully quell court trying to dethrone us in the court. Howsomever, we are talking to our second eldest son. We technically have 3 at this point. She has given birth to 5 children, and now her oldest son and her oldest daughter are both dead, though in reverse order. Both of their deaths have been very suspicious, and the second son feels like his mother is a rival that he needs to remove for him to gain the throne, which is not incorrect, but we don't want him dead. We just want him to, you know, wait until we have decided we're done ruling before he takes over. His father is in ill health, and Li Zian, his younger brother, would be next in line for the throne. Yeah, so another 30 years or so, ish. You know, he'd be, you know, he's currently 22. Or no, his brother was 22. He's a few years younger, so he's currently in his late teens, and we are in our 40s. So another 20, 30 years, and he is going to be, you know, closer to our age than not at that point. A very well-seasoned man of the court, but he has ambition to become emperor sooner than that. I don't know why you would rush to be emperor. It's very stressful. His own father gained the throne fairly early in life, in his mid-20s, and he is now in his 40s, dying of what is essentially high blood pressure from the stress. So I don't know why anyone would rush towards that personally, but ambition is all about what's happening. So technically speaking, neither of these things are true. They're also not unrealistic. Let's put it that way. The one with the bloom versus the one without the bloom on the left, we've tried before, but the conditions on the back end were different. So we may be able to get by with promising him that he will become emperor quite a bit sooner than his parents had planned it because of his father's health. Or we could say that his father favors his younger brother instead to try and be like, hey, I can help you. But, you know, your father's leaning towards your younger brother right now. Of which, his younger brother's still a kid, so, meh. I don't know how well that one would work. But yeah, there's not a lot of actual truth going on here. It's not that we wish the Emperor dead. We don't. We do genuinely love and care about him and want to see him well, but his health is in decline and there's nothing that we personally can do about it. We just also don't want to lose the throne while we are still fairly in our prime. At ruling prime, not like childbearing prime, obviously. Alright, let's poke the coat then. See what happens.
你父皇的身子一日不如一日，我已与他商议，托付于你，这样也可让他好好静养。不知贤儿，你可愿意？
母后如今辅政，很是贤明，儿臣还有很多东西要和母后学习。况且儿臣尚且年轻，若没有父皇和母后在身旁规劝指引，
傻孩子，我们会为你挑选最优秀的辅政大臣，他们都会帮你的。
可是母后，
利州的山水很美，陛下已答应陪我回去隐居一段时日。父皇和母后都老了，也想过自己的生活。母后身为女子，在为你父皇操劳政事的这段时间，遭受了太多非议，多少力不从心了。
Which is not entirely untrue,
若
but
你
it's also
愿
not
意，
true.
我和你父皇今日就回去拟定诏书。贤儿，母后要回去了，我还要回去和凌校尉商量，如何将羽林军转交于你。他性子急，一时等不见我，恐怕要来找了。
既如此，儿臣便不多留母后了。母后，你一定口渴了吧？喝杯桂花茶。
Ozymanthus tea, man. Never trust anything Ozymanthus in this family. But let's see if this actually doesn't get us killed.
无人能知，那天一对母子之间暗藏了多少杀机，又潜藏了多少筹谋。好孩子，
Oh, he was
他
honest
放
that
弃
time.
计划，未必是真正在意母子情深，而是在意名正言顺。
Good. Just maybe
西西
not. Don't get
立
it.
刻通知凌霄率兵搜查东宫。是。
天后，臣在东宫马厩中搜出了50副铠甲以及兵器。
是50副，
50 sets.
还是500副？
That's a lot. Thank you for the watch streak, Miko.
500副。
将此事原原本本奏明大理寺。
是。
Yeah, you could. Because he's rarely ever seen his mother. He was
李
mostly
贤因
raised
谋
by his
反罪
aunt
被废
growing up.
幽禁于别院。同年8月，你的第三子李显入主东宫，成为新的圣朝太子。
Yep. The second son was too ambitious, so the youngest son is now crown prince.
主子，
Aw, he keeps writing us.
天后，陛下，他
The dreaded day has come. Again, we don't want this. He is the more aggressive of the court ministers that we had raised up, who had sided with us in our faction. The one that got kicked out for all of his bad behavior with money and women. He was very loyal to us. The one, like, he literally got kicked out for a combination of getting angry at anyone who besmirched our name, and then the fact that he was slightly laundering money and spending a little bit too much time in the brothels, essentially. Which isn't a good look for your upright, upstanding ministers. Oh. Slightly. Look, we have seen what this court can do, and the fact that corruption, money laundering, and other crazy, like, smuggling to make more money issues happen all the freaking time among court ministers. Like, honestly, he was just sloppy, and he should have cleaned up his act a long time ago. He wasn't a bad guy, but he didn't see any pressing need to follow all of the laws. That's a lot of work. He'll let a few slide, exactly. Well, he wasn't... yeah, he was just, like, slightly corrupt in the wrong way when he really shouldn't have been. It's fine. But now he keeps writing us, which I feel is very sweet, but perhaps misguided. Oh, he is very deathly ill.
陛下，
超儿，都下去吧。超儿，我可能没法再陪你走下去。我刚刚做了一个梦，梦见我们回到了当年。那时，我远远地看到你站在湖畔，天上飘着微雪，雪飘在你的头发上。我当时想，余生若能一直为你驱散风雪就好了。一晃，原来我们已经走过了这么长，但我却又觉得这么短的一条路。朕先走一步，留你一个人，朕放心不下你。陛下，我知道你的抱负很大，你的心也很大。我的爱，在你看来或许早已不值一提。It has always meant a lot. 昭儿，世人说你野心太重，心太狠。但世人从未看到过真正的你，但我懂你的抱负和愿景。我知道，我
adopted us after all.
只是有一个问题，在我心里很多年，一直很想知道。
陛下，你说，
你心里真正在意的，到底是什么？你爱过我吗？
Did we ever love him? How could he ask? How could he ask that? Oh my god, we fell in love with both these damn princes. Ugh. No, he's going to die. Then oh shit. I did not even answer. It was timed. No, let me go back. No. We're not doing that one. Fuck no. I'm gonna give him the nice one.
我心里
Yeah, the rumors that we killed him will
一
spread.
直有陛下。
We really should have witnesses.
真慈善，幸福。长，
It's not true that we've never loved
真
anyone
的
else,
很
but
许诺，
we've loved him for the longest, and at least in this timeline.
我们要一直并肩走下去。可真，你们失言了。
And he's gone.
陛下，陛下，
武才人，父皇可有为我那幅画题字？
晋王殿下，殿下的恩情，来日再报。
他不知道也无妨。
这个簪子好漂亮啊！
他喜欢殿下。
住手！这里岂是你放肆的地方？
晋王殿下，
你需要我如何帮你？
那边火太大，你不要命了
我
吗？
很心疼。
我不希望你受到任何伤害。
陛下，
他们这么欺负你，我不可能继续把你留在这里。
你愿意出宫吗？
我不能走，
为什么？
我喜欢我的陛下。
其实朕希望这太子之位，给我们将来的孩子。
赵儿愿和陛下一起，一步步拿回本该属于陛下的权利。
是谁让你进来的？是朕让他来的。
赵儿，我只想护着你。赵儿，我也想为你做点什么。
无论前路多少艰难险阻，我都不会放开陛下的手。
See, they really did love each other. And while she has had to be ruthless, she has tried very hard never to be ruthless to him. Whereas his older brother, who was the other choice for us, liked that we were ruthless. He was down for that. And interestingly enough, he was actually the more ruthless prince, because he ended up emperor in the end. So you'd think he would have appreciated it more, but no. There was a while that he got a little scared of
赵
it.
儿，有我在。赵儿，我永远都会在你身边。我相信你。
But she was very loyal to him, both in action and in word. How he could question her at the end like that. Hiya. And now she doesn't even get the chance to grieve him properly because she has to run an empire.
永淳2年12月，李治驾崩。自你回宫，你与李治携手并肩，共度了32载春秋，
32
而你
years.
们之间
He
终
died
究
way too young.
走到了终点。
But you're not incorrect. We will probably use our youngest son as a puppet prince for long enough to secure our own rule, and then let him retire to the countryside until we need him. they're reusing the actor. Oh, that's a lovely moment.
陛下，我会让这江山成为真正的盛世天下。
So as I've mentioned before, this is loosely inspired by the actual, only Chinese empress ever to rule by herself, whose life was as wild as this drama, believe it or not. All right, what does his will say?
凌霄，传朕遗命，军国大事，有不决者，尽取天后禁制。无论将来发生什么，护天后平安。
臣定遵从陛下旨意。
He knew he was dying. He used to be the top-tier schemer. He considered everyone else to be pawns. Had a bit of a chance to change once he took the throne, yeah. He worked so hard to become emperor, and then when he became emperor, he had, like, a total shift of view, which isn't out of character. Becoming the man in charge, especially considering he was practically a puppet emperor for, like, the beginning of his reign, because he became emperor so young and had to compromise his own power to gain the throne to begin with, as part of it. So there was a lot that happened. Of course, if you guys have been watching my playthrough of these games, you would know. Oh boy, would you know. If you haven't seen everything, feel free to check out my YouTube. !YouTube in the chat to get that link. Anyway, yeah, here's where our stats are. We're in the 300s. The early to mid 300s is the range here. Hopefully that's enough to get us to the end. We have just the one prince as our enemy. Attendant Mew has always been neutral. The Grand Astrologer is hopefully still alive. Unfortunately, the Emperor is gone. Alright, what do people have to say? I spent my life shaping a golden age, but from now on I can no longer shelter you. I never thought I would see off the late Emperor, and now your majesty as well. A long life brings only sorrow. Poor Attendant Mew. Since father passed away, mother hasn't smiled. I really want to see you smile again. Aw, Princess Taiping, you're so sweet. She at the very least got a second daughter. Oof. Alright, that's what people had to say. The season champion. Ooh, let's see what words we got. The Dreamer is big in here. What's our trait sketch look like? Let me refresh it just to make it less messy. Ah, still messy. 6% until reveal. Okay, so righting wrongs, bond of trust, many masks is our biggest. Sealed lips, drama queen, decisive action, reverse checkmate, cuts to the bone, hopeless romantic. The romantic, self-reliant, stream of consciousness, full of ideas, calm. I think this is supposed to be calm in chaos. Clam in chaos. Interesting. Sweet schemer, eye for talent, fight together, deep empathy, cuts to the bone, iron fist. At any cost. Yep. Here we are. Alright, what does this have to say about us?
前些日子一直下雨，可得小点心，可不能让这些物件发霉了。主子，今日收拾旧物时看到这些双陆旗，才想起主子已经很久没有下过了。
是啊，从前我一无所有时，这棋局的步步为营，助我得到了很多想要的东西。 可如今这宫中的人和事，我们之间早已不是一盘棋局能解得了的了。
We have outgrown the game board. All right, what is next? We are the Empress of all.
弘道元年，你的第三子李显继位，而你以太后之尊临朝称制。李治死前，一命军国大事有不决者，皆由你裁决谋定。如今的你权势之盛，虽是太后，却已是无冕女皇。你改东都洛阳为神都，赐皇宫名太初宫，寓意新的篇章。
New Beginning Palace.
哇，这里好大呀，好气派呀！
Oh no.
陛下
He likes，
你说
women.
这里以后都是妾跟陛下的吗？
那当然。
新皇帝李显和新皇后韦氏行事轻佻，难堪大任。
那个我也不喜欢。
朝野上下颇有微词。
以后皇后说什么就是什么。
那陛下不许再纳别的妃子。
朕答应你，这辈子只宠爱你一人。
显儿，
参见母后。
或许这扶不起的阿斗于你而言，会成为一个称职的傀儡。
参见母后。
自先帝驾崩以来，朝政大权便落入了母后手中。至于那新登基的李显，不过就是个花架子而已。如今这朝野上下都对太后干政、聘姬私产的做法怨声载道。在末将看来，如今能拯救圣朝江山者，唯殿下耳。
Oh, our
母后，
son.
儿臣很快就会来见你。
Uh-oh.
主子，宫外眼线搜集来的朝臣们对国事的私议，小柚子已将折子放在案前了。主子打开奏折，即可查看。
I know there's a long tradition of chaotic clams, dangerous things. They represent the hidden danger, the rock beneath the sea, a valuable reward if you can take the risk. A fortunate discovery can reshape someone's life. Chaos. Oh, I see. Can we read them all? Thank you. Now Empress Dowager Wu holds power while the new emperor is weak. Our Shang dynasty is repeating the Han's fate, giving rise to another Empress Dowager like Lu. Tell me, will the lead dynasty soon bear the Wu name instead? A mere woman, can she truly overturn the world? At her age, she is already nearing the end. At most, she will sit behind the curtain and guide the emperor for a few years. Nothing to fear. Overthrow the dynasty? Do not make me laugh. She is only trying to secure her position as Empress Dowager, not to be cast aside by her own son. Who would abandon a stable empress's throne for a reckless usurper? As long as she is sane, she would never attempt such a thing. Ha! Ruling from behind the curtain is already the greatest glory a woman can achieve. Let her serve the Shang dynasty for a few more years. Oh boy. You may have made that up. Oh, I see.
坐在这个位置上的感觉真好啊！陛下，你答应妾的可不许反悔啊！
Oh,
朕
she's a
答应要给
schemer.
韦氏一族加官进爵，怎么会反悔呢？
谢陛下。朝堂上，陛下只有更多自己的人，才能彻底摆脱那老婆娘的掌控。妾和韦氏一族愿为陛下驱策，可是太后那个老婆娘把持朝政，定会阻挠陛下的。
这江山是朕的江山，母后总是干扰前朝政事，简直让朕丢了个龙脸，瞎了个龙眼。朝中对母后干政之举不满者甚多，是时候让她认清谁才是这个江山真正的主人。穆内侍，
奴婢在。陛下，
传朕口谕，季怀中年事已高，不适合再做宰相。明日早朝时，当自请告老还乡。 皇后，朕明日便当着母后的面，封为国长，为宰相。
可是太后的老婆娘那边，
朕就算将这天下都送给岳丈，母后也阻拦不了。朕要让全天下睁大眼睛看清楚，谁才是这圣朝的主人。
哇，陛下真的好有男子气概，这才是妾心中的真龙天子呢。
She is a
那是自然。
schemer.
等太后的老婆娘从朝堂上退下来，妾和陛下就是新的二圣了。
他当真说过要将天下都送给岳丈。
奴婢听到的便是如此。
我这儿子，当真是把圣朝江山当作儿戏。
太后息怒，
先帝留下的江山，绝不能被他就这样毁了。
太后的意思是，
皇帝昏聩，我更可独揽朝纲。可我要的，真的只是躲在那金光璀璨的珠帘之后，躲在这王朝礼教的遮羞布之后，做一个辅政太后吗？
Ooh, she's starting to get some gray in her hair. I think it's time to depose the Emperor, you guys. Chat, what do you think? Do I keep my foolish, spoiled youngest son as a figurehead, who is clearly very easily influenced by a pretty face with ambition? Or do I depose him as emperor and just rule for myself, because clearly nobody else can do it properly? Trav is all down for the emperor to depose him. Okay, depose the emperor it is.
如此昏庸，实在难当大任。不过，废帝之事，还需要有人支持。
太后的意思是，
So, do we try to persuade him to abdicate willingly? He will not. The chancellors guarantee them a place among the heroes of Lingyang Pavilion. Promise Empress Wei that her status will remain unchanged because she is the ambitious one of the two, or use the Imperial Guards to depose the Emperor. We I'm going to, yeah, 3 political, 1 military. This one is more internal family affair. Political, military. Yes, that this is very political still, but it is internal family affair. We will try this one first because it's the most ridiculous and it will not work. Let's see how horrifically it goes.
让陛下来见我。
是太后。
当晚，你晓之以理，动之以情。李显虽万般不愿，但还是选择答应了你。
What? Oh, okay. He returned to the former capital with Empress Wei and some officials, where he continued living comfortably as emperor. For the people, he was the rightful emperor. Wise or not, he wore the only crown the people recognized. This marks the end of your ambition.
你以无权的太后之尊，过完了余生。
We convinced him to step down, but it still ended up bad? What? That ending made 0 sense. Maybe in the original Chinese it would have made more sense, but it did not make sense to me.
母后，
你这么聪明，怎么都没看清这天下？
Mother, for all your brilliance, you still never figured out whose empire this truly was. Ha 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 ha.
太后的苦口婆
The
心
Empress Dowager's
给了
kind
陛下
advice
出逃
brought
的
His
时
Majesty
间。
just enough time to escape. Okay. So essentially, he escapes out into the world and rules anyway. Got it. Now it makes a bit more sense. I think the translation needed to be refined. Yeah, nobody else. Let's go do the ambitious little bitch.
让韦皇后来见我。
是，太后。
当晚，你允诺韦皇后，废黜皇帝后，新皇帝登基，她依然会是皇后。韦皇后惊诧之余，选择答应了你。
And she played us as well. So they returned to the former capital and still ended up ruling together as the ambitious little gutter snipes they are. Okay.
你以无权的太后之尊，过完了余生。
So all we have left is very political with the court or very military. To Empress Wei, Li Xian is the perfect puppet, easy to mold, impossible to put down. Her ambition matches yours, measure for measure, and she will not be easily controlled. It's the same. No, it's different.
万万没想到，
Never thought I'd live to see Mother poach my own people. You don't know your mother very well. She's flipped more than a few.
这婆婆也太
This
搞笑
mother-in-law
了
is。almost hilarious. Ugh. Shallow. More reminiscent of deposed Empress Wang than yourself. Okay, so we know that those two do not work. Let's see if dealing with the court will get us what we want.
让其他宰相们来见我。
是，太后。
当晚，宰相们听闻你的决策和允诺，皆惊愕不已，无法认同太后废帝的惊天之举。
Someone leaked this matter to the emperor. He returned to the former capital with his empress and some officials, and where he continued living comfortably as emperor. For the people, he was the rightful emperor, and we just, wise or not, he wore the only crown the people recognized. All right, military force it is. Military force it is.
你以无权的太后之尊，过完了余生。
All right, we've seen the bad end 3 times. The failed shareholders' assembly. The chancellors have always lived by the sacred order of ruler and subject, and you, in the end, are not the ruler. Should never have allowed the crown prince to become the emperor to begin with.
皇后，
Your Majesty, let me teach those old fools a
一些颜色
lesson.
交情。
And the correspondence
这
we've been
帮老
ignoring.
东西，
Those old fools really don't know what's good for them. You didn't know how not to be a bad boy enough to know what's good for you either, Li Fu. You're no better than the rest of them. No matter how loyal you are. So, yeah, there's only one way forward. Imperial Guards.
让羽林军2位统帅，凌霄和乘务挺来见我。
是，太后。
上朝。
传朕旨意，封国丈韦玄真为中书令、雍州都督，进拜太尉。
微臣谢过陛下。
所有韦氏男丁皆拜官4品以上，具体官职由韦国丈来定夺。
谢陛下。
慢着， 皇帝昏庸无能，乱我圣朝纲纪，不能为一国之君，废李显为庐陵王。
母后，你
来人，扶庐陵王下殿。
不，母后，朕有何罪？
庐陵王想要将圣朝江山交给韦家，何谈无罪？来人，扶庐陵王下殿。
庐陵王，母后，母后，这没有错，母后，母后，这没有错，母后。
You would have been a puppet emperor to the Wei family. Excuse me? We do not give away our power like that.
堂堂天子为太后废去，如此惊世骇俗之事，竟在我朝发生。
怎么着也是自己的亲生儿子，竟能如此不顾情分，连羽林军都用上，
品级司臣，女子干政，离世威仪。
We are definitely not appointing a new emperor because that, again, is bad. She still has a daughter? Technically speaking, she still has 2 sons. They may just have to wait a while longer.
你已经等了太久太久了，你不想再等了。5日后，你宣布登基为帝，朝野惊骇，民间震荡。先帝驾崩不过2月，新帝登基不过2月，你此时以太后之身强行登基，叛军四起，天下大乱。
Oh boy. We can't go for it directly, that's just death. So close, yet so far. The throne looks close enough to touch, but a vast chasm lies between you and it. The people's hearts are not yet won, and the old chains of convention are not yet broken. So we can't just go for it. I don't think it's yet time for you to sit on the throne. There needs to be at least another disaster before they agree. Tisk tisk, mother. Losing your composure already? Looks like my chance has finally come. I will defend the city with my life, but the rebels are like a rising tide. We simply cannot hold them back. Yep. Look, we had to try, right? Time for a new puppet.
你知道，如今时机未到，贸然向前只会葬送一切。翌日，你立你的第4子李旦为皇帝，大赦天下。而你继续以太后之尊临朝称制。
将军，京城急报，太后废掉了天子李显，改立第4子李旦为新君。
下去吧。
是。
我那弟弟李旦更是无用，看来母后是按捺不住，想改朝换代，
实在可笑。天下人怎可能容忍一介女子改朝换代？她这是玩火自焚。
我们自当好好利用。
陛下，近日南方暴雨不断，江南各郡联名上奏，请求修固水利工事。
这，母后觉得呢？
准奏。
准奏。
陛下，当前恰逢北戎内乱，北境将领上书请战。
母后。
内乱乃北戎家务事，命北境军按兵不动，隔岸观火。
军情急报：临淮郡王之孙徐敬业联合废太子李贤，在扬州起兵叛乱，向洛阳进军。
贤哥哥来了！
叛兵大战，兵谏太后还政，匡扶李氏江山的口号，10日之内便号召了10万之众啊！陛下，这番号召今日有10万人了，这如何是
可笑啊！兵谏还政，匡扶李氏，明明陛下才是李氏正统，他们想匡扶的究竟是李氏， 还是他们自己的私心？叛贼妖言惑众，蛊惑人心，还请陛下拟一封讨逆贼书，昭告天下，以正视听。
是。
乘务艇，调拨兵马，准备平叛。
是。
He does not have the regal bearing. No, he doesn't. He has been so spoiled.
这无疑给了踌躇满志的你当头棒喝。李氏二字于天下人如天神甘霖。
Have fun, Miko.
这场
Enjoy your
战事
game.
将你和江山的命运皆裹挟其中，只能胜，不能败。
太后，朝廷的平叛大军已集结完毕，只是这主帅的人选还需要太后来定夺。
皇上驾到！
Poor attendant Mew. That is his entire life right there.
免礼。见过母后。
蛋儿，讨逆贼书写好了，呈上来，让母后瞧瞧。
He literally wants to abdicate to his brother.
此地位书，你这是何意？
母后，孩儿不愿与李贤哥哥争斗，不如辞去皇位，让给贤哥哥。
荒唐！天子之位，岂是能让的？
自孩儿记事起，李贤哥哥总让着孩儿，孩儿不愿与哥哥兵戎相见。
他如今已是叛贼，你若顾念旧情，置圣朝于何处？置母后于何处？
可孩儿无能。圣朝也好，母后的期望也好，都不是孩儿能负担的事情。望母后恕罪。
He at least knows the limitations of his own ability. Yeah, at least he's honest. He knows that he's not a good ruler. He is quite literally depending on his mother and the ministers to handle affairs because he is too nervous to decide or too nervous to figure it out on his own. There's no decisiveness in him. He just is such a timid little scholar, basically, or an artist or something. We could scold him back to his senses, which, I mean, look at him. We'll break him if we do that. We could throw him into prison, but try and teach him a lesson or scare him into having a backbone, but that just seems a little extreme. I do too, Bramble. I do too. If you force him back on the throne, he'll be no good. Yeah. I mean, we can absolutely grant his request, but he will not be abdicating to his brother. That's for sure. Alright, well, we're going to do the bad ends because I want to see what happens. This is the part where I maliciously do it wrong, okay? So let us scold him and see just how horrifically we break this poor boy.
你身为圣朝天子，心中没有半点家国责任。我抗争半生，何时生出你这么个扶不起的阿斗？
母后教训的是，孩儿以后不会再上朝了。
你。
Wow. He
这
just
孩
ran
儿们
away.
一个个都不成器，让季相见笑了。你方才所言军情一事，继续说。
太后，叛军来势汹汹，这主帅之人，还请太后早做决定。
A member of the Wu clan, your clan rises and falls together. A member of the Li house to assert your legitimacy, or a member of the Zhu clan, let them turn on their own. Totally could have gone worse. We probably will have to go back to that decision in the end. before we reach the ending. So Wu clan is our own family, possibly one of our brothers. No, thank you. Maybe we have an uncle or something somewhere. Lee House. Who would we send? The current emperor? Do we have any members of the Lee House around still? I don't think we do. Or a member of the Zhu clan, which is the current Zhu general's family, who has sided with the second prince. Don't they want to put the Lee House back in power? Might work. Yeah, we could try it. All right, we'll see if that works.
叛军打着匡扶李氏的口号，那我便任命一个真正的李氏族人做行军主帅，让叛军名不正言不顺。左金吾卫将军李孝义在军中颇有威望，又是高祖的堂侄，便选他。
是，太后。
So a distant uncle.
你派遣30万兵马平叛，战事初期很快占据上风，可却还是有越来越多的人加入徐敬业的叛军。他们冠正义之名，是要为圣朝除了你这个乱政奸佞。
Well, that did not work.
没想到徐敬业竟率军攻占了瑞州，还杀死了刺史。一心与徐敬业已割据南边，另立新都，难不成我圣朝的疆土要被一分为二？可悲可叹呐！太后，前线急报，李将军久攻叛军不下，伤亡惨重，便坚守不出，不再出战。李将军求太后再派20万兵马驰援。
荒唐！本宫刚给他30万兵马，如今又要20万。
谁能救圣朝啊？贤弟若在天有灵，定要痛心疾首啊！太后，臣有一计，可兵不血刃，使叛军即可投降。
是何良计？
臣以为，只要太后还政于天子，徐敬业便失去叛乱的理由，这群乌合之众将不攻自破。
说什么？
叛乱兴起，不就是因为女子干政，才惹得天怒人怨的吗？
放肆！此时此刻，你不思如何退敌，却还在大肆动摇军心，其心可诛。拖下去，关入天牢。
太后，还请还政啊！还我圣朝安宁啊！贤弟若在天有灵，定要痛心疾首啊！
He won't. We literally ruled for him for years. He was not heartbroken then. All right, do we want to go next or do we want to try a different route? Because this is all starting to go downhill. We can continue onward and see where the bad end hits, or we can try to min-max our choices a little bit. What would chat like to see? You can try a different option. I mean, there may not be any good options. There are points in this game where that happens. Asked for an opinion and you get wishy-washy, Trav. Typically you. Making me make my own decisions. How awful. Oh no, I have to actually make a decision. No. Oh, stupid ad break. Keep going, be ruthless? Okay. We'll be ruthless.
拖下去。
还我圣朝安宁啊！贤弟若在天有灵，定要痛心疾首啊！恳请太后还政！恳请太后还政！恳请太后还政！恳请太后还政！ 还我圣朝安宁啊！
你们，如今外敌当前，你们不思对策，却是与叛军站在一边。
太后，臣等绝非站在叛贼一边，而是站在圣朝将士一边。这些是从前线阵亡将士身上发现的，恳请太后读一读吧。
Hello, welcome in, Mr. Scrake.
儿啊，
War broke out. Typical Wednesday, yeah,
见你
indeed.
归来，
娘，
想伸手相抱，
怕是回不
却
去了。
扑了空。
待朝廷府薛来了，给弟
我儿领
弟添件冬衣吧。
大帐冲锋的时候不要太
好好
靠近
的活着，
为娘不要你
回
祸进宫，只想要你平安回家。
昨日我杀之敌，乃同乡故友之妻。
我把我的一缕头发寄
并
过
替家书一并寄。
若我真的埋骨他乡，收拾不成，
若孩儿许愿回不
就
去，
用他葬在坟里吧。
千万别告诉娘亲，你们俩多保重。
母亲不要伤心。
Do you use beseech these days? Mr. Scrake, I beseech you to reconsider your thoughts on that word.
我亲历百劫之战，怎会不知战争之残忍？如此更该全力抗敌，速速平定战事。
太后，休要再自欺欺人了。战事本就因太后而起，叩请太后还政。
Her only loyal chancellor.
记下，我励精图治，日夜操劳。我比这店里的每一个人都盼着圣朝兴盛。你说，我错了吗？
太后有没有错？这一方店里的声音可以不听，但臣想陪太后。 去听一听天下人的声音。
天下，
He doesn't care about who is in power. He just wants the people to be alright. And honestly, he's the best person we have in here. Yesterday, I saw a number of bees. Each was flying around happily. Aww.
请太后还政！请太后还政！
你们，
请太后还政！
齐怀忠，连你也……
臣不愿意看到我圣朝的将士因太后的私欲而自相残杀。太后可以不顾礼法。 却不能不顾自己的子民。
你以为我还政，战事就会平息吗？
臣只知道，若太后不愿还政，就会出现更多的徐敬业揭竿而起。臣愿以死明鉴，还请太后为大局、为苍生、为天下还政，请太后还政。
请太后还政，我等愿以死明鉴。请太后为大局、为苍生、为天下还政。请太后还政，请太后还政，请太后还政。 我等愿以死明鉴，请太后还政，请太后还政。太后，太后！
This is technically ancient China, the Shang dynasty.
赵儿，
If you,
你
还好吗？你醒了？
陛下，
昭儿，再多睡会儿吧。
Oh, we are dead.
昭儿刚刚做了一个意味悠长的梦，梦里陛下已经不在我身边了。
那你一定很累吧？
嗯，孑然一身的感觉真的不好受。
你可以永远在我怀里，便不会再做这种梦了。
陛下，谁在叫唤？
不要在意这些声音，睡吧。
Thank you for the lurk, PP. Yep, we are definitely in La La Land right now.
这些人阴魂不散，我要和他们做个了断。
昭儿，别走。
武媚娘，出来！出来！出来！
我不希望你继续受苦，留在我身边，好吗？
Oh, there he is with his puppy dog eyes again. I'm immune, but she may not be. So, chat. Do we stay or do we go now? If we stay, there will be trouble. If we go, there will be double. But, you've got to let me know. Do we stay or do we go? Look at those puppy dog eyes. Can you tell him no? Let me know. Are we staying in the afterlife or are we going back and trying to claw our way back up to the throne? We're leaving. We can always do something later. If we refuse, we won't survive the night. It's true. We are on the brink of death. We have fainted in shock and our heart may stop from it. But we could spend the rest of eternity in the heavens with our dearly beloved Emperor. Or we could leave his side and attempt to claw our way back to the throne. Oh boy. But yes, Mr. Scrake, this is China. Not to be confused with Korea, Japan, or any other South Asian country with similar aesthetic. I assure you they're all very different. I have been watching Asian dramas long enough to know, for the most part, which is which. But the particular style of their hair gives it away. Also their facial shape if you've been watching them long enough, but absolutely the hair. Alright, I'm gonna see what the stay ending is, because I want to see them be sweet together one last time, and then we will reconsider our choices.
陛下。
Oh, look at them, they're so cute.
能在陛下怀里，就什么都不用想了，真好，真好。
Resting in Liji's embrace, you drifted into a gentle sleep, and you never woke again. Outside the curtain lies a vast empire of mountains and rivers, of glory and consequence. Inside, there is only you, who will never wake up. Oh, that kind of stay. Wake up. You don't get to sleep your way out of this. You're just mad, because you're already dead. Mother, go rest in peace with father. The Shang dynasty is in good hands with me. Child, don't be full of yourself. Unbecoming. Is this truly the path you wanted? No, babe, but you were too tempting. So let's try that again, shall we? Now, we have the option to just return to this point. We have the option to go back further. Do we want to reconsider Liji's gentle heaven, or do we want to go further back, all the way to how we dealt with our timid youngest son? Go back and choose to leave, see what happens? Okay. That's what you wanted. We're leaving. I will be right back.
陛下，昭儿此生还有必须完成之事。
Say something wonderful like I will wait for you.
你一直都有自己的主见，那便去吧。
Aw, he said supportive words. They're so sweet. Was not the best prince for her, but... I mean, he's already dead. That's the only thing he can do. I mean, he could reincarnate, I suppose.
昭儿，朝露克制，怒诉此生。
请陛下下旨，请陛下，我是当真有灵魂，我要与
昭儿，你不能忘了姨母，你不能把姨母忘了。
Hello, Auntie.
你不能忘了姨母啊！不能忘了姨母啊！你不能啊！昭儿
The actual evil one.
武媚娘，我的月儿呢？ 我的月儿呢
？Oh, hey, Prince, and consort.
朕，我要替我父亲报仇。你还我那个让我敬重的父亲。我的钟儿没有谋反，钟儿，你还我钟儿！我的陛下，他不爱我，他不爱我。
You're not even dead.
不残忍，我的钟儿不信我了。
武媚娘，这几十年的后位。 你做的可舒心，可满意？
You're not even dead either. You're just chilling in the cold palace still. Unless you've killed yourself, which is entirely... Yes, Planescape Torment. Yes, yes, yes. She might be dead. But she wasn't really that much older than us, so if she's dead, it's up her own hand at this point.
我们彼此争斗。 斗得你死我活，到头来，我还是被这高高的宫墙遮住了望眼。胜如何？败又如何？我们不还都一样？
不，你跟我们不一样。不，你是武元璋，是这个世界最恶毒的女人。 你爬到了世间女子难以企及的高处，而我都是你的垫脚石。可你现在竟然害怕，你想逃，你想安稳地睡下去，凭什么？所以你就该比我们更痛。你要带着我们的恨，带着天下女子之恨，挣扎不休。痛吗？痛就快醒过来，去承受比我们多100倍、1000倍的痛苦。 不行，快醒来！记住我们的痛，记住我们的痛，快醒来！记住我们的痛，快醒过来！醒来！
We are going through it in our mind right now. This is the mind palace at its worst. I have no idea what any of these say, because I don't read Mandarin. But it's very pretty.
你还好吗？
Oh, we find ourselves. Look at young little us. So innocent, so kind, so sweet.
你怎么来了？你看起来好像很失落。
The makeup is so well done between the two of them. One looking older, one looking younger.
如今，我众叛亲离，受世人唾弃，战火皆因我而起，连我最信任的臣子也离我而去。我是不是让你失望了？你觉得自己做错了吗？ 我拼尽全力追寻半生，一直在做自己心里觉得对的事情，挣脱枷锁，冲破束缚。可现在所有人都叫我回头，我却依旧不肯停下脚步。你说，我是不是错在太贪心了？贪心？ 就算是贪心，那你觉得你所做的一切都是随心的吗？随心？是啊，世人骂我野心、妄心、贪心，可这一切都是我的选择，也都是随我心的选择。既然是自己的选择， 什么心都不如随我心。谢谢你。若世间以对错为法则，拼力阻我，便只做我心中唯一想要的选择。
Let history decide whether I was right or wrong. They will anyway. History will decide that regardless. Let's try to follow our heart.
是非对错，由后人评说。我要做我心中想做的事。我曾说，见天子，庸之非福。如今，我要见的是我自己。给你。
Very symbolic.
比任何时候都清醒，是非对错，且由后人评说去吧。我要做我想做的事。喜心，主子，昨日退朝后，主子便一直将自己关在书房。喜心很担心主子的身体。主子接下来打算怎么做？让外，安内。如今，朝堂内反武势力众多。 朝堂外，叛军士气高昂，欲让外者必先安内，而非常之事，当用非常手段。 你设四色铜轨，分至四方，揪出朝堂上各怀鬼胎、扰乱人心之人。
罪臣程务庭妄图动摇社稷根基，非为庶人，此生不得入军营。
你以雷霆之势，迅速平息朝堂内乱。
臣永远感念太后的知遇之恩。臣愧对圣朝。
而此次内乱之中，还有一人正等待着你的裁决。
We hate to see it. He was such a good man.
都下去吧。
是。
臣拜见太后。
今日你不必当我是太后，你我已有30年的交情，也称得上一句知己。便坐下闲话1、2吧。你还是和我初见时一样，遇到任何事都这副波澜不惊的模样。
初见，当年我们初见时，计谋险遭暗杀。其实计谋早就看出来了，那是你的设计。可是在我思索过后，我反倒十分钦佩于你，觉得与你共事，必成大业。
如今我们的确共成了大业，只是今日结局，你可有后悔？
我从未后悔。
我最信任的人，仅因聘姬司臣一言，背叛于我。可惜，可叹。
在我看来，聘姬司臣乃是天底下最迂腐可笑之言，但却是天下人的金科玉律。徐君夜仅凭此言论，便轻易号召10万之众。若太后继续执迷不悟的话，还会有张敬业、王敬业，圣朝必定陷入无限的战火之中。臣不愿意看到太后背负着千古的骂名。
He cared more about her lasting legacy than he cared about her being on the throne, which is sweet but misguided, honestly. Because how can the worldview shift if no one ever accomplishes it? We have seen time and time again in our own history how the first woman who managed to do what everyone around her told her that was not her place to do revolutionized the thought process every single time. And women throughout history have clawed tooth and nail into positions that were, for many generations of time, thought to be only a man's place. We have proven ourselves time and time again to be a man's equal in every way that matters. And in all the ways that we are unequal, we have shown that oftentimes their strengths and our weaknesses do not mean that they are strong and we are weak. It just means we have to do things slightly differently. The differences between us are far fewer than the things we have in common. But they are quite different indeed where they are different, biologically speaking. So, the fact that he wanted to protect her... Ay, ay. It shifts slowly. Rapid shifts lead to disruption and chaos. You can do it, but it's always a painful transition. It's possible to do it very slowly, but that's a lot of time without the benefits. Depends on if you're willing to pay the cost. Indeed, Trav. And the thing is that shifting it slowly means that it is oftentimes a thing that has to be shifted over generations. We have found that whether it is shifted slowly and gradually worked up to, or shifted quickly with a temporary amount of chaos, the end is the same. Things do not get better until it is done. So it is the difference between spending many years limping or ripping the band-aid off and dealing with the chaos in the short term. Yeah, very slowly is not a year or two. It's more like a century or two or more. And to be fair, plenty of things in empires like this did shift over a century, two or more, into better and better. Crafting skills shift and technologies changed over time. The things that were precious and only able to be used by the very highest of the high or the very wealthiest of the wealthy became more and more common as those types of skills grew. But when it comes to shifting a cultural view of a person's capability, sometimes ripping the band-aid off and dealing with the initial temporary chaos of it is the only way forward. Then I will build my golden age no matter what they call me.
你在我身边为宰相这么多年，却依旧不够了解我。你真的就对我这么没有信心，觉得只要我掌权，天下就一定会大乱吗？若我可以开创太平盛世，又当如何？
You truly think that them calling me names is going to hold me back? Excuse me? As if that has ever mattered?
那臣必在九泉之下，祝佑太后的盛世流芳千秋万代。罪臣季怀忠已尽到了圣朝臣子的职责。 只求太后赐臣一死。
赐死你，反倒成全了你的名节。
Do we grant him death and preserve his honor in the old ways? Or do we let him live to witness what he didn't have enough faith to see to help us with doing? To show him that he should have bet on us. What do we do, guys? Does letting him live mean he's stuck in a cell for the rest of his life? That's not worth it. Just to spite him for not supporting you how you'd like. I know. I mean, there are ways out of the cell that does not necessarily mean he ends up spending his life there, but he may end up banished from the court and have to watch us from afar. Death it is.
传我敕令，季怀忠行反叛之时，赐死。
I don't like it. I liked him. I thought he would stick with us to the end. But he made a last request and we honored it.
臣拜谢太后。
此刻，朝野内乱皆由你亲手平息，内忧季节再无掣肘。而接下来，便是速斩外敌。
Eternal Empress in progress. Chapter 40. I believe there's only 41 chapters. I think we're at the last one.
召你回来，是因为有一件事，只有你能办。
Little Mr. Aggressive.
任凭太后吩咐。
徐敬业能轻易号召10万叛军，只因他的军中有贤儿坐镇。这是蛋儿前几日所做的辞帝位书。在贤儿等人眼里，当年是我放弃了你，你现在就作为我的敌人，凭借此书，冒充蛋儿的使者，获取贤儿的信任，设法离间贤儿和徐敬业，坐实徐敬业乱臣贼子之名，乱起军心，从内部瓦解敌军。
太后此计确实是个破局的好方法。臣领命。但在臣临走前，有个问题想问太后。太后不惜母子反目，背负骂名，也要将朝政独揽手中，如此执着究竟是为何？臣想听太后真心话。
So, do we say it was for the Shang dynasty, the late emperor, or for our own ambition? Which truth do we tell him? Technically speaking, all of the above are true. We do, to some degree, want what is best for the Shang dynasty. We want the people to prosper. We want peace in our empire. We do not want war or famine or strife. We want to handle things so that the people can thrive. We have also done this for the late emperor, who was one of the great loves of our life, the one we spent the most time with at this point in time. And we want to continue his legacy of creating a golden age. We said we'd do it together, and he ended up having to leave us far too soon. But we are still trying to uphold that promise for him. Everything that we have done is also for our own ambition. We started out not really having any ability to decide for ourselves what our life was to become. And instead of being bowed, bent, and broken by that helplessness, we decided to take what opportunities we could find and find our own path among it. And in that process, decided that the ambition of ruling all of the Shang dynasty as the Empress of the Empire was the only path to truly satisfy us in our ambitions to help others and in our ambitions to bring peace. Because we have fought and clawed and destroyed other people on our way up this road, not because we wanted to, but because there was no other alternative. Those that we have been able to be generous and allowed to leave with their lives, we have done so. And so long as they have peacefully left to live their lives, we have left them alone. Those who refused to not bow to our greater ambition have died or been placed in a position where they could no longer fight back. Many of them did not survive it. But it's not that we chose that as our first option. We chose that as our last resort every time. Kill or be killed was definitely very prominent in the rear palace. But even so, What do we tell Li Fu in this moment? He will probably understand all of them fairly well, but 3 is probably the most true, yes. It's not that none of them are true, it's just that they are all degrees of truth at this point. So what should we do, chat? What was the reason why we have done all that we have? I think I'm just gonna tell him the truth.
我做的一切，都是为了我自己的野心。我想登上权力的顶峰，建立前无古人之业。我想告诉天下人，我武元昭，身为女子，亦可开创盛世，治国兴邦。我想闯一闯，试一试。我想看看高处的风景究竟有何不同。我想过我愿过的一生。
Moved to tears.
谢太后，臣也会为了太后做朕该做的。
Let's hope he's as true to us as he claims.
你将这一切安排妥当后，便不舍昼夜，全力投身战局，一如当年你亲率百捷之战一般，破釜沉舟，志在必得。
太后，属下已按太后吩咐部署粮草，分水陆3线送至前线。
辛苦你们了，下去。
是。主子，你已经几日没合眼了，如今战事日渐明朗，还是要保重身体啊。
小柚子，陪我走走吧。
是。
I'm sorry, but if this was realistic, she would have an entourage a mile long at this point. Servants at her whim.
竟路过了这里。一晃，已是几十个年头了。
哟，大名鼎鼎的罪臣上官仪的孙女，今日这衣服洗得如何了？上官婉儿又在干活的时候看书，装模作样。
口口声声说认命的是你们，可你们不过是自欺欺人罢了。你们若是真的认命了，便不会因为我的一点不合群之举，便抓
这里都是罪奴所居，主子万心之躯，还是别进去了。
实在是既做作，就可惜念书不
无妨。
太后驾到！
拜见太后。
太后怎么会是这些臣妾放你的吧？
这辈子居然能见到太后，是福是祸呀！
谁是上官婉儿？到我跟前来。
奴婢上官婉儿，拜见太后。
你是上官仪的孙女。
武后身为女子，理应安守后宫，可这些年她却聘姬司臣，一步步乱我圣朝纲纪。
回太后的话，是。
Oh boy, this is a loaded question. We're just gonna ask her about the reading. Many stats go up. New maid? Let's see. Let's find out.
你身为女子，还是罪臣家眷，此生都将困在这掖庭宫中做杂活，为何你还要读书，不愿安于现状？
太后不也走上朝堂，不愿安于后宫吗？
大胆！
No, it's the truth. No, it really isn't fair on the girl. Do you believe that your grandfather was innocent?
上官仪当年以聘姬司臣之言弹劾我，我将他赐死，你觉得冤吗？
祖父当年将书中之言视为天理王法，却令天下女子带上重重枷锁，多少女儿志埋没后宅中，因此祖父有错。
Smart girl.
但祖父错不知死，故祖父冤。
He wasn't innocent, but he
你
did
不
die
怕我杀了
unjustly.
你？怕。但婉儿不愿欺瞒太后。
你特立独行，已成为众矢之的。待众人讥讽你、羞辱你之时，你还能守住本心吗？
朝中重臣反对太后，可太后还是义无反顾，坚持自己心中对的事。抚养不愧天地，褒贬自有春秋。婉儿愿以太后为范。
我就这样看着这个女孩，眼前之景，不知为何竟有些恍惚，像是想起了从前的自己。这宫中许久没有这么可爱的人了。传我令，封上官婉儿为五品才人。
谢太后。
She was honest.
往后，你就跟在我身边。
是，太后。
Let's hope she's not out for revenge. Vengeance is a big deal in ancient China. Dear gods, blood feuds happened all the time. But if she's true to the Empress, she could live very comfortably.
太后，太后，前线捷报，我军大破徐叛军，现已回朝。 如今不少人称赞太后，
We did it.
仅用1个月就平叛告捷，
甚好。
但是太后，礼贤殿下他死在了叛军中
And her son died in the process.
太后节哀。
李义府可有平安归来？
太后，这是潜伏于敌营中的眼线传回的李将军绝笔书。李将军数次为我军传递关键情报，更成功离间礼贤殿下与徐敬业，是此战的功臣。
待太后见到此信，无论臣之使命是否告成，辽翔已不在人世。臣入逆营，面见礼贤殿下，向其示以陛下亲笔，辞帝未数，以得其信任，借此潜伏逆营，而后一步步设法引礼贤殿下与徐敬业二人互相猜忌，直至分崩离析。臣引徐敬业亲信制造骚乱，贤殿下死于骚乱之中。
把他给我拿下！徐敬业，你坚持殿下调起战火，入口！
但李将军他身份暴露，他在敌营牺牲了。
此乃臣为太后所做最后一事，臣愿助太后独行不息，所愿皆成。一服此生得遇太后，无悔。唯有所憾，也是未能亲眼目睹太后将来开创辉煌盛世之景。对臣李义府
that he was unlikely to return from the mission. He knew.
徐敬业叛军被彻底击溃后，徐敬业死在了乱军之中。和徐敬业的死讯一起传入洛阳的，还有一封曾经流传在民间的讨武檄文。
太后，
徐敬业的叛军中有一个叫骆宾王的文人，曾为叛军书写了一篇讨武世檄，在民间传得沸沸扬扬。
讨武世檄，呈上来。
太后，此文通篇诽谤，言语不堪入耳，实在是。
As if I'm afraid of a little slander. Jeez. Or actually libel, because it's
给我
written.
瞧瞧。伪临朝武士者，性非和顺，帝时寒微，西充圣帝下臣，曾以更衣入室，既乎晚节，秽乱春宫。前引先帝之私，因图后房之弊。入门见疾，峨眉不肯让人；眼秀宫缠，狐媚偏能惑主。请看今日之狱中，竟是谁家之天下？哼！哈哈哈！哈哈哈！哈哈！骆宾王写出如此奇文，理应在朝为官。你们却让这样一个有才之人流落民间，为贼人所用，是你们失职啊！
太后恕罪。
为何这般辞藻华丽的荒唐之言，竟有那么多人信以为真？
It is definitely a terrible
这
version
世
of the
俗偏
truth.
见，便如同这面珠帘，它能帮我挡住世人的目光，却挡不住世俗的阴影。女人凭什么只能在这珠帘后面？是时候改变这一切了。
Oh, she's gonna rip that bitch down. Yep, here we go. We're ripping it down. Screw this. Screw this. Screw this. This curtain is doomed. And it's so pretty, too. Delicately that thing was rigged. Very nice effect.
我要让他们明白，女人可以做皇帝，我便是天命所归。如今的我，已经拥有了登临帝位所需的条件和功绩。 可只要世俗观念依然根深蒂固，我离地位既是最近，却也最远。
So, do we build a new imperial palace, raise more temples across the realm, or construct halls symbolizing imperial power? I don't think we need to build a new imperial palace. We have a perfectly useful one right here. That would take years, and we would never see the day of its use. Constructing halls symbolizing imperial power could appease the nobles, but I feel like temples is usually the way to go. What do we think, Chad? how do we wrap up securing our rule as the Empress of all Shang Dynasty? Well, there's a practical limit to how many Imperial palaces you can make use of, and this one is pretty good already. I mean, look at how gigantic it is. It stretches as far as the eye can see. Halls to symbolize power? I want more info. Here, everywhere, one per town. It's unhelpful, but you're right. People always seem to like temples. It, appeals to their sense of divinity and their connection to whatever comes next or whatever is looking after them.
6个月后，更多的寺庙在你的遗址下，在各地。
Okay. Spread folk songs proclaiming you as heaven's chosen? Meh. Promote auspicious omens as proof of your mandate? Or proclaim the prophecy of the woman ruler Wu? How about instead of it being an evil prophecy, we just make it, it was always supposed to happen, it was already decreed by the heavens. This was always meant to be. I'm gonna go with that one, just because it appeals to me. We have had that frickin' prophecy thrown in our face how many times? We are gonna reclaim the heck out of it.
你遣人重提太史令女主武王谶言，于各地流传。
There was a prophecy. It was always meant to happen. The heavens
朝臣百
had
姓
already
依
mandated
然
it.
无法接受你一个女人做皇帝。各地反对你的势力组成了一个又一个叛军组织，以势如破竹之势向圣安打来。
And we died.
朝政不稳，天下大乱。
My gosh, you guys, it's just a difference in gender. From mere Karen to a heavenly empress, from behind the curtain to come above ground, you have crossed half a lifetime. Now only one step remains. It is a step to abyss or glory. Only by returning to the past and uncovering the truth can you change your fate, aka, you may have to go farther back in time.
昭儿，我会在天上看着你。
I'll be watching from above, watching you bring your
看着你实
glorious
现
empire
心
to
中的
life. Aw, he still loves
盛
us.
世天下。
I see it now. An overwhelming imperial aura is about to descend upon the palace.
将要降临此地。
Oh, Grand Astrologer. Are you alive right now? We don't know. Probably not. It's interesting that there is an either or here. Okay, this one worked. So let's just do this one. I'm gonna promote us in the eyes of the people. See if
你
that
遣
helps.
人为你编写民谣，于各地流传。
He who
朝
controls the
臣
mob
百
controls
姓
Rome.
依然无法接受你一个女人做皇帝。各地反对你的势力组成了一个又一个叛军组织，以势如破竹之势向圣安打来。朝政不稳，天下大乱。
There's literally no appeasing these people, I'm telling you. Okay. Do they say something different this time? No, they don't. Okay. So it's not on this choice level that we can change our fate, clearly. So we have to go further back. That's how that works. Temples was not the way to go. Let's try palace.
6个月后，新的皇宫在你的遗址下修建完成。
And this time we will promote auspicious omens. Just 'cause can.
你遣人发掘御世女帝的祥瑞事件，于各地流传。
People noted it this time.
朝臣百姓依然无法接受你一个女人做皇帝。各地反对你的势力组成了一个又一个叛军组织，以势如破竹之势向圣安打来。朝政不稳，天下大乱。
Palace is not the way to go. Let's see. Do they say anything differently this time? No. Same. Okay. We're almost there. Okay, so all roads lead basically the same way except for here. So let's try the only choice we have not tried here, which is construct new halls symbolizing imperial power.
6个月后，明堂在你的遗旨下修建完成。
And we will promote the auspicious omens and see if that is what does it for us.
你遣人发掘御世女帝的祥瑞事件，于各地流传。
This is new. This is different.
明堂作为皇权象征，从古至今，唯有你开了允百姓观皇室建筑之先河，你的民心得到了极大的提升。垂拱4年，在洛水河边浮上了一块紫色的石头，上面竟然刻着“圣母临人，永昌帝业”。百姓开始逐渐地相信，你便是天命所归的女皇帝。而这一祥瑞，其实是你自己一手促成。
Of course, it was of our own making. That's how all of them work. Public support is at its peak. Do you wish to build a grand Buddha to bless the people? Yes, sure, why not? We always love the
你捐出了
Buddha.
自己的俸禄，在洛阳城中修建了一尊金轮圣佛，为天下百姓祈福。
Hi, Buddha. Pray for all of us. We desperately need it.
佛像建成之日，你亲往祈福，你的民心进一步得到了提升。此时，你称帝的呼声越来越高，朝臣们和洛阳城中百姓更是一次次请愿，希望可以让武太后称帝。李旦3次呈上辞帝遗书，希望可以将皇位禅让予你，一切已经彻底成熟。你离那个位置再不遥远，坐上去便可君临天下。朕肃半生，元照者，父母之遗物；媚娘者，圣帝之赐。今朕自创日月当空，光披六合，辉映盛世。朕今怀柔百神，对阳上帝，三灵眷佑。
Well, we had to
万
finish
国来庭，
the main game all the way through to
见
get that open.
千
So
秋
we'll find
颂
out
德
soon.
天书，一应正明之典，是夫行政之方。所以弘夫正道，宣明礼乐，万民归心。朕创殿试，武举，立士官之制，广开科举。 朕亲颁农桑书典，博赋轻徭，兴修水渠，使海内丰人以安黎庶。尽天下妇人为排忧之系，破除女子不得干政之陈旧铁律。收复边关4镇，至北境都护府，以固西域之志，护丝路之通。四方不足。 臣服归属，朕上达灵旗之卷，下顺义诏之心， 今朕以载初元年9月9日，赐国号为周，改元天授，大赦天下。天授元年9月初9，你的登基大典，百官朝贺，万民同庆。终于，你站上了权力的最巅峰，翻手可创盛世，覆手可护苍生。53年了，从初入宫到再次入宫。从再次入宫到君临天下，这53年，每一日都步步惊心，如履刀刃之上。你杀了很多人，该杀的，不该杀的，你一直向前，从未停止自己的脚步，更从未后悔自己做过的每一件事。如今天下入怀，你便是这江山天命所归。曾经的我，活在前人制定的礼仪教条之下，亲睹女子为自己而活的诸多不易和掣肘。无数女子被送入宫，为家族，为他人，成为一句句红颜枯骨。从未有一天真正为自己活，而聘姬司臣之言，便轻而易举地摧毁了女子们所有的前行之路。这一路走来，无比艰辛。可我更明白，唯有做那万人之上，可亲手打破重塑这一切之人，方能为身后万世之女子开出一条照得进光的前路。历朝历代从未有过的事，便由我开始。朕承天命，开创五洲。朕之五洲，天下之五洲，百姓之五洲。自今而始，这盛世天下，与尔等共享。
吾王万岁万岁万万岁！吾王万岁万岁万万岁！吾王万岁万岁万万岁！
天寿元年9月初9，67岁的你登上皇位，改国号为周，成为了从古至今第一位，也是唯一的一位女皇帝。
百官恭迎陛下上朝。
That was a very loud section. Oh my goodness. So, it is time for us to issue edicts and review memorials. Shall we review first or shall we issue first? All officials greet your majesty in court. We will find out what prayer does soon, but this is that. I mean, we made it. We became the Empress of all of China. At least in this game. I think we should review memorials first. Then we will know what edicts to issue. Alright, so we've got military, economy, welfare, a couple of welfare stuff, and career. So manned kites, stipend loans, fitness campaign, no marriage allowed, and early retirement. Well, let's start with the military. Your humble servant proposes constructing man-carrying kites to send scouts into the sky and observe enemy positions from above. Minister of Works, Gonshu Mo. Discuss. Your Majesty, your humble servant proposes constructing man-carrying kites. Send scouts into the sky and enemy deployments will be laid bare before our eyes. Humans are not birds, fall from the sky, and all that's left is a puddle of flesh. I've already calculated everything. The structure should hold just fine. Calculated? One strong gust of wind and the scout's gone. What kind of commander sends out his scouts like that? Surely the soldiers of Great Zhao should dare to dream of touching the heavens. General Qin, please stop glaring at me like that. Dream all you like, but keep your feet on the solid ground. Who agreed to gamble lives on this madness? I'm willing to test it personally. There's no need to risk the lives of our soldiers. Lord Gonshu should stay alive and invent something else. Matters of the sky are best left to the birds. I beg your Majesty to reconsider. So, do we approve of man-carrying kites, or do we reject the man-carrying kites? If we approve, we could lose a minister to his own invention. And if we reject, well, we at least haven't lost the minister? Send him up? Alright. I guess we will approve of this madness. See what happens. By decree of the Emperor of Wuzhou, heaven bestowed upon me the mandate that I shall rule all realms. Funds shall be allocated at once for the construction of man-carrying kites for military use. Scouts shall ascend into the heavens to observe enemy deployments from above, leaving enemy formations fully exposed. The soldiers of Great Zhao must possess ambition to reach the skies themselves. The Ministry of Work shall begin experimental construction immediately and ensure all possible measures for safety are taken. With one imperial decree, scouts soon began soaring into the sky atop giant kites. At first, the results were astonishing, as enemy formations could be seen clearly from above. But once strong winds arrived, disaster followed. Kites twisted violently in the air, and scouts rained from the sky like dumplings dropped into boiling water. Of every 10 flights, 9 ended in catastrophe, and before long, the mere mention of kites struck terror throughout the ranks. No need to rush, Your Majesty. Well, I'm currently developing a reinforced double-layer version. Probably. That did not go well. Let's see if we can do better for the economy. Your humble servant proposes establishing a stipend loan system so officials may borrow against next year's pay to cover present expenses. The Imperial Treasury may collect monthly interest as well, bringing additional revenue to the court. Secretary of the Ministry of Revenue. Zillabao. Oh. Your Majesty, your humble servant proposes a stipend advance system, allowing officials to borrow against next year's pay. The Imperial Treasury could collect monthly interest, enriching the state coffers while helping officials through urgent hardships. I may have spent last month's stipend furnishing my house. At the moment, I can barely afford my meals. I desperately need a bit of financial relief. Girl? If money never circulates, even a prosperous age becomes stagnant water. Officials spend freely. The treasury earns interest. Everybody wins. A fortune for all. Once officials owe money to the treasury, they'll eventually squeeze it back out of the common people. Borrow today, borrow tomorrow, eventually repayment becomes impossible. Once interest starts compounding, what remains of integrity? I beg of your majesty to reconsider. Your humble servant proposes this stipend loan system. Hello? We've seen this not work in real life. Why would we want this in our pretend life? Maybe don't overspend yourself, idiot. With advance payments forbidden, officials continued managing their households as before. Though the divine capital lacked scenes of extravagant spending and lavish luxury, the political climate remained upright and disciplined. With few burdened by debt, free from financial pressure, the court governed steadily and cleanly, and Great Zhao prospered through restraint rather than excess. Your Majesty is wise. Protecting the officials' money pouches is the same as protecting Great Zhao's reputation for integrity. Okay. Let's try a welfare. Scholars have grown far too frail. Your humble servant requests mandatory 5-animal play for all students and officials. Oh, it's this Minister of Works again. Scholars have grown far too frail. Your humble servant requests mandatory 5-animal play for all students and officials to strengthen their health. Jumping around like that? I'll pass. Staying up all night drafting blueprints is exhausting enough. Now we're supposed to do exercise drills too? This is outright murder. How can weak bodies possibly support the weight of the Empire? Give me a ruler and an ink line, and I could happily stay inside the workshop for an entire year. Exercise sharpens both body and mind. It benefits officials in every way. A true strategist accomplishes great things without ever leaving the room. Stepping outside into the sunlight already makes me uncomfortable. If you force me to exercise, I would rather die. I beg your majesty to reconsider. I'm going to approve this. Even I know that it is way helpful. It's Jijin. I already have support this just due to who suggested. The idea sounds smart. Yes, because to be quite frank, I don't get enough exercise in my life, and my health does suffer for it. I am very well aware of this fact. This guy is an idiot. He might invent things, but he's an idiot. I approve of this message. Heaven bestowed upon me the mandate that I shall rule all realms. The 5-animal play is hereby mandated for all scholars and civil officials. Only with strong bodies can one endure the 9 days of the imperial examinations. If one cannot even sit upright through study, how can one hope to govern the people? The imperial physician shall compile the official training methods, and officials at every level shall supervise their practice. Before long, the city's youth could be seen exercising and leaping through the afternoons. Within a few years, the number of frail scholars dropped dramatically. Officials looked healthier and more energetic, and sickly appearances all but vanished from court. Even martial culture among the common people began thriving once more. Only those skilled in both intellect and strength can become pillars of the Great Zhao. Wu Qingji, or 5-animal play, is one of the important Qigong exercises in traditional Chinese wellness practice. It is true. Alright, no marriage allowed. Let's see what weird, crazy thing this is. To ensure newly appointed officials remain focused on state affairs and free from romantic distractions, your humble servant proposes banning them from marriage for their first 3 years in office. So it's not forever. It's just you have 3 years where you must focus on the court and your the state affairs and your duty to the people. And then after that, you can marry freely. Okay. Interesting. Your Majesty, your humble servant proposes forbidding newly appointed officials from marrying during their first 3 years in office. A new official should place the state above all else. Only by remaining free of the distraction can one fully devote oneself to duty. If a man cannot build a family, how can he build a better nation? If he cannot care for his wife and children, how can he care for the people? Putting one's career and the realm first is the proper path. Let the state be their spouse and the people be their children. Scholars joined the court to become officials, not monks. The affairs of the household are the foundation of the affairs of state. If one neglects a single household, how can one govern the greater realm? Only without the burdens of a small household can one fully dedicate oneself to the greater good. I have spent my whole life dreaming of 4 generations living under one roof, grandchildren and great-grandchildren gathered around my keys. If such an edict passes, how am I ever supposed to see a great-grandchild? I beg your majesty to reconsider. Okay. First of all, Minister, a 3-year delay on that oftentimes means that your position and your ability to have the funding for your family is much more stable than in the early days of your office. Meaning that finding a wife who wants a husband with steady income and prestige, who she can comfortably feel safe and secure and supported to have as many children as you would like as early as possible, is much more likely. Plus, you will have gotten very comfortable and competent at your duties enough that you will have extra time and leisure time to enjoy your family and to practice having more kids. So, he's an idiot. There's too much to juggle so early in your career. Trying to balance the needs of a small household with the needs of the state becomes very difficult if you are not very good at either. And it would mean that across the 3 generations, a great-grandchild would be delayed by a decade. I do get his point. They only live so long, but I'm still in favor. I feel like it's not necessarily certain that he will see 3 generations in his lifetime under his roof. 3-year difference is not the end of the world. And quite honestly, I feel like I'm going to approve this just because he's being an idiot. Heaven bestowed upon me the mandate that I shall rule all realms. I hereby forbid newly appointed officials from marrying within the first 3 years of service. It's not never, it's just 3 years. Only by devoting themselves entirely to state affairs may they properly serve the nation. Without distractions of romance and family, their minds shall move with unmatched focus. Let the state be their spouse and the people their children. The Ministry of Personnel shall strictly enforce this order. Soon the court was filled with lonely bachelors, freed from the distractions of family life. Newly appointed officials spent far longer hours at work, but they also grew increasingly irritable and withdrawn. With officials having no heirs to succeed them, resignations and attrition worsened year after year, leaving the bureaucracy heavy with exhaustion and decline. Peace and quiet at last. Okay, well, we tried. It's just 3 freaking years, you guys. Keep it in your pants. Alright. Well, that didn't go well. Let's try again. Technically, since that applies to officials who are newly appointed, it resets if they get a promotion. Ooh, that is something I did not consider. Howsomever, it won't last past their first position. If they stay 4 years in one position, they can marry in the 4th year and will already have an established family, which will not, in fact, be... It's not like they have to get divorced every time they get promoted at that point. If they promote quickly through the ranks, yeah, it could delay them quite a while, but if they are willing to put the time and effort in to stick to a rank for long enough to marry, then past that point it wouldn't matter. But I suppose that is a good point. I really should have thought about that in advance. Well, your humble servant proposes allowing officials under the age of 60 to retire early and return home to enjoy their later years. Your Majesty, I have already checked out mentally. Staying in the office any longer just makes me a stipend freeloader. Better to let me retire early and make room for younger talent. A top scholar who entered court less than 3 years ago is already talking about retirement. The court invested greatly in cultivating talent like you. How can someone in the prime of his life simply walk away? One retiring official means a saved stipend, more opportunities for newcomers, and fresh blood in the court. Newcomers are inexperienced. Affairs of state cannot afford to wait for them to learn on the job. At 59, I have only now reached true clarity and wisdom. The sages of old all taught that age strengthens resolve. I can easily serve another 20 years. I beg your majesty to reconsider. This speaks a lot of, I didn't realize how difficult the work would be, and so I just want to leave. But at the same time, I don't want people who don't want to be here. Chat, help. What do I do? This is a good way of escaping just before the sharks close in, and yes, it lets people who can't handle it get out too, which is probably a good move. However... It also heavily encourages corruption. You can get enough cash to retire, you get out early. That is another good point. We do not want corruption. If they feel pressured to spend more time. There are two sides of this argument. Like, it is a 50-50 chance, but let's reject it and see what happens. The proposal was rejected. Age, after all, should not diminish one's dedication to the realm. From then on, any official still capable of standing was expected to continue serving. Veteran ministers kept the court steady with their experience, and the machinery of Wu Zhao carried on without disruption. 60 is the perfect age to chase new ambitions. Okay. We have welfare next. Public dancing disturbance. Oh dear. Your humble servant's mother-in-law frequently gathers crowds in open squares for dancing late into the night, disturbing nearby residents. I humbly request a ban on large public dance gatherings. Oh dear. Princess typing. Your Majesty, elderly folk gather crowds to dance every night with drums loud enough to shake the heavens and to deafen the neighbors. The residents can hardly sleep. Your humble servant asks the throne to restrict the hours for public dancing so the people may have peace at night. Dancing together lifts the spirit and keeps the body healthy. It is one of the few joys and healthful practices the elderly still have. Surely it should not all be banned simply because it's noisy? There are countless ways to keep the body healthy. Why must it involve keeping the neighbors awake at midnight? Setting time limits would solve the issue well enough. Why ban dancing altogether? I beg your majesty to reconsider. Limiting the times absolutely would solve the problem. You've got to dance during the day, people. You know, when everybody else is awake. But he wants to ban it altogether. I'm going to reject the ban. Come back when you have a more reasonable, solution to this problem, Grand Ruminster. The drums and music continued, and the nights of the Divine Capital remain as lively as ever. Those hoping for early sleep had no choice but to stuff cotton in their ears, while the elderly grew healthier and more energetic through constant dancing. Though neighborhood disputes occasionally flared up, these vibrant nightly dances eventually became one of Great Zhao's most iconic sights. Your Majesty is truly wise. Healthy elders are proof that Great Zhao still flourishes with eternal vitality. Alright. The Great Cat and Dog Debate. What is this about? Your humble servant proposes declaring the cat the national animal and establishing an imperial cat garden so all under heaven may honor cats. Princess Taiping and me have a lot in common, I think. But I feel like this man is a dog man. Your Majesty, cats are born adorable. A cuddle or two can melt away all the troubles in the world. Such miraculous little healers deserve to be named the national animal of Wuzhou. Your Highness, when you call a cat over, it ignores you. When you ignore it, it steps right on your face. Dogs are loyal. They guard homes and protect their masters. How are they not 100 times better than cats? Loyal? That's just blind obedience. A cat ignoring everyone is exactly the kind of confidence befitting royalty. Dogs can patrol, track enemies, and serve on the battlefield. What exactly can cats do? Cats catch rats and protect the granaries. If mice chew through the grain stores, what will the army eat? A few stray cats are enough to deal with rats. Why elevate them to the national animal? Your Majesty, you work tirelessly every single day. One moment with a cat restores the spirit better than any tonic. Sleeping curled up in a corner counts as service now? Dogs risk their lives protecting people while cats just rub fur on your robes. I beg your Majesty to reconsider. Dogs are loyal to their masters, not their own kind. They are natural traitors. See, dogs believe in a pack structure. They require structure. Cats do as they please, but oftentimes they do what is most needed when it is needed. I am going to approve this because I am a cat person. If you are, in fact, a dog person, please don't come for me. I do like dogs too. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Heaven bestowed upon me the mandate that I shall rule all realms. Cats are hereby proclaimed the national animal of the Shang dynasty. An imperial cat garden shall be established at once, and distinguished cats from across the empire shall be gathered and cared for within its grounds. Cats possess a calm and aloof grace befitting imperial dignity itself. Let the people likewise cherish and care for their cats and abandon them no more. To be fair, cats are the only domesticated, quote-unquote, animal that can go feral just because they feel like it and live perfectly fine on their own. And now that is a generalization, not all cats. Obviously, there will always be outliers to this, but there are outliers to everything. So on the most part, if you leave your cat outside too long, your cat goes feral and just takes care of itself. With a single imperial decree, cats were officially named the national animal. Soon after, the imperial cat garden was completed and hundreds of famed cats were brought into the palace. Plump palace cats lounged openly atop the imperial desk while officials entering court first paid their respects to the loyal felines. Though the dog faction grumbled bitterly in private, they could do little to change the tide. Before long, cats enjoyed a status rivaling high-ranking ministers, and a nationwide cat craze swept through Wuzhou. Thus was born the greatest cat-loving dynasty under heaven. Cats are the best, and I refuse to hear otherwise. Me and the princess, besties. We never domesticated cats. They domesticated themselves and left loopholes. I feel like cats domesticated us and just didn't inform us of this fact, to be quite frank. That isn't to say that there is no such thing as a working cat. There absolutely is. Barn cats, and etc. But, history has proven that cats are the natural predators of both rats and famine, and disease. So, they're pretty good. That isn't to say that dogs aren't great. Dogs are absolutely great. But, we can have both. The culture of flattery. Officials constantly exchange congratulatory memorials and shower one another with empty praise. Hollow flattery is harming the state. Your humble servant requests a strict ban on such behavior. Now this I agree with. Your Majesty, officials spend more effort flattering one another in congratulatory memorials than they do writing memorials. Endless empty praise and flowery nonsense only waste time and weaken the state. It's a plague upon the bureaucracy. Officials exchanging compliments is hardly new. Even the ancients held elegant gatherings filled with poetry, and praise. Lord Sun, don't be a downer. Without these social courtesies, officialdom would become unbearably cold, and many delicate matters at court would become far harder to navigate. And let them be hard to navigate. Pages upon pages of fake flattery and bloated writing only waste time that could be spent on real work. Few kind words smooth relationships and ease tensions, better than speaking like a porcupine and making enemies everywhere. I beg your majesty to reconsider. I kind of wish that we could, like, be a bit more moderate. As in, we can... If something is rejected, we can encourage them to come back with a moderate compromise rather than an extremist one. Because... hollow flattery is very much a waste of time, but a few flattering words can move mountains. You know, it reminds me a lot of corporate speak, where you spend more time trying to figure out how to say nothing politely than actually getting anything done. There is a point where a few polite words of a positive nature should be reasonable and nice, like greeting other people kindly and well and honestly. I absolutely would defend with my life, but brown-nosing for the sake of brown-nosing to get yourself somewhere, I absolutely abhor, because it's empty, meaningless, and sometimes harmful. So moderating flowery language to only that which is required for social grace, and not to obscure or overwhelm the work needed, would be reasonable. But this is kind of an extreme either or. Either we allow all the flowery praise as possible, as is currently happening, or we strictly ban it as way too much. Look, if someone 1,000 years down the line can read every word of your text and still not understand any part of the meaning, you can rest secure in the knowledge of a job well done. Oh. Fair. I understand that subtlety and subtext are very popular for many reasons, and I get it. They can be a lot of fun. Making a puzzle out of words. I mean, I just finished Blueprints, for crying out loud, and there is so much subtlety and so much obfuscation in that entire game that I just feel like maybe the whole point of bureaucracy is to actually get things done, not to slow down the getting done of things. I'm gonna approve this, but it's probably gonna backlash on me somehow. Heaven bestowed upon me the mandate that I shall rule all realms. Henceforth, officials are strictly forbidden from indulging in empty mutual praise, hollow rhetoric, and shameless flattery. Notice how I'm emphasizing useless stuff, not none of it. Let truth and practical governance take precedence over ornamental words. Within the court, merit shall be measured by achievement, not by polished praises. Any official submitting lengthy congratulatory memorials filled with nothing but empty praise shall be fined to serve as a warning to all. If you're going to waste your time on it, you may as well pay for it. The culture of shameless flattery vanished almost overnight. From then on, officials no longer resented one another over missed compliments or delayed praise. Administrative efficiency improved noticeably, conversations became more direct, and the burden of constant social maneuvering eased across the court. Your Majesty is wise. My toes may finally stop curling from all the unbearable flattery. That's exactly what I wanted. Let's focus on getting the work done, not on kissing each other's asses. Thank you. Alright. My goodness, there's quite a bit of these. We could back out and see what else we can do. We haven't done a diplomacy or a tech yet. Let's do diplomacy and tech, and then go from see what else is available now that we finished the main game. Your servant petitions to open the pepper market, introducing this western treasure to Wu Zhao. Used in cuisine, it warms the body and banishes dampness, befitting the people greatly. Ah, yes. It's true. Pepper came from the west. Because the climate of Europe was vastly, and the Middle East was vastly different than the climate of China. You can find salt in a lot of places, so salt has been used everywhere for a very long time. It's a very common mineral, but pepper is a seed. So the plant only is grown in certain climates, and they didn't have it. They did have spices and, like, you know, peppers of hot variety, but not pepper as in salt and pepper that we know of today. Interesting. Your Majesty, once the pepper trade is opened, merchant caravans from every nation will rush to do business with Wu Zhao. This spice route could become a diplomatic route as well. Diplomacy? Those foreign merchants bring a handful of spices and walk away with mountains of silk and silver. We'd be letting seasoning drain the imperial treasury dry. The tighter the restrictions, the higher the prices rise. Open the trade, and we control the market ourselves. If the people can enjoy a steaming bowl of spicy lamb soup in winter, isn't that worth celebrating? Lord Shen only cares about diplomatic prestige. What about the farmers growing native peppercorns? For foreign pepper floods the market, who's going to buy local spices anymore? Peppercorns and black pepper each have their own flavor. Neither can replace the other. If farmers fear competition, perhaps it's time to improve their crops. In the long run, competition benefits everyone. Easy words for you to say. Farmers who can't afford food this year won't survive long enough to see the long run. If farmers lose their livelihoods, how are they supposed to feed their families? I beg your Majesty to reconsider. Well, a level of competition is useful for producing higher quality goods. A level of competition. Opening the trade route so that the black pepper coming in from the west can be bought by more people does mean that the local peppercorn that is native to the area is not going to be, you know, cast aside. It just means that the quality of those crops have to be improved. Farmers will take less of a hit than they think. There literally is a lot of benefits here, and it's not for, like, a critical material. They absolutely do. Western pepper and Eastern pepper are two vastly different flavors. They're not competitors at all. I'm going to approve this. This is a good idea. Heavens bestowed upon me the mandate that I shall rule all realms. From this day forth, the pepper trade shall be opened across all border markets, and no checkpoint may obstruct the flow of merchants. Prices shall be stabilized for the benefit of the people, so that even ordinary households may enjoy a warming bowl of spiced lamb soup in winter. Trade taxes shall be regulated solely by the Minister of Revenue, and no authorized levies shall be imposed. Trade routes flourished, and foreign pepper poured into the realm. Soon, the days of pepper being worth its weight in gold came to an end. The prices fell dramatically. Common households gained a new flavor to their tables, and in wintertime, even ordinary people could warm themselves with the steaming bowl of peppered lamb soup. Culinary traditions from every corner of the world blended together as merchants and travelers gathered in Wu Zhao from across the seas. Though much gold and silver flowed abroad, the richness of flavors reflected the boundless spirit of a true golden age. Now that's delicious. See? No badness to the farmers at all. That guy was just finding any excuse. Okay, we haven't done a tech one yet, so we'll do a tech one. There will be a brief rush of, ooh, new flavor, but the native dishes will prevail. Yeah, because nostalgia is just as, nostalgia and, like, home comfort is just as powerful a feeling and often chased as, ooh, new shiny. He was just like, I won't get a cut of the pie for the revenue from this, so I'm mad about it. That's what it came down to, really. Your humble servant proposes improving the traditional straight shaft plow so that a single farmer and one ox may till the fields alone. This would revolutionize farming. Your Majesty, your humble servant proposes that the Ministry of Works improve the straight shaft plow into a curved shaft design. With the new plow, one farmer and one ox can manage the fields alone. The extra manpower and cattle can then be used to reclaim more farmland. The labor freed up could move into trade and construction and commerce. Every industry would benefit from it. Our ancestors used the straight plow for generations. There must have been a wisdom behind it. We should not alter it so rashly. Wisdom? More likely, they simply hadn't thought of a better design back then. If fewer workers are tied up farming, the rest can go into business and open new paths to wealth. And if the oxen collapse from overwork, there won't be time to replace them before the planting season is lost. Once the plow bends, people's heart may start bending toward laziness as well. Saving labor is not the same as avoiding work. It simply means accomplishing more with the same number of hands. Perhaps Lord Wei should try the new plow himself before passing judgment. I beg your Majesty to reconsider. The ratio of farmers to non-farmers is a key numeric to the growth of civilization. You mean that we're not allowed to think of anything new? Yeah. This guy, okay, we know for a fact that improvements to farming efficiency, as well as improvements to trade, help everyone. It means that less labor for the same or more amount of food could revolutionize local trade, making food far more affordable for everyone involved, which improves labor pools and also diversifies our ability to have labor that is not used in farming redirected to other fields that can revolutionize those territories. Like the knock-on effects of building towards a better, more efficient, more, healthier civilization are all there, and he just doesn't have necessarily the historical 2020 vision understanding of how improving farming improves everybody's life. So I'm gonna approve this because I know from a modern standpoint that this improvement will be good for the Empire. The traditional straight shaft plow shall be redesigned into a curved shaft plow, allowing a single farmer and one ox to cultivate the land with ease. The labor and livestock thus saved may be used to reclaim even more farmland. Promote this improvement immediately for the benefit of all farming households. The methods of our ancestors are not sacred beyond change. If the change relieves the people's suffering, then a change is exactly what we encourage. Yes, relieves the people's suffering. That is the important bit there. We are not holding on to old traditions for the sake of tradition. We are trying to improve the lives of the people. Farming efficiency soared almost overnight. Vast numbers of laborers were freed from the fields and turned instead towards construction, trade, and travel. With nothing more than a redesigned plow, Great Zhao's strength and prosperity entered an era of astonishing growth. Your Majesty is wise. If this new tool means more grain and more profit, what's not to like? He's not wrong. All right, so we've done some, one of each type of memorials. Let's issue some edicts. As for the late ruler, what will you do? Honor, disgrace, or ignore? She was your personal maidservant for a time. She also was the personal maidservant of your formerly insane but much kinder aunt, and she did save your life. Like, literally you would have died if she had not used up all of her strength to save yours. I would like to honor her. Decree of Emperor Wu Zhao. Heaven bestowed upon me the mandate that I shall rule all realms. Chamberlain Ruer sacrificed her life in defense of the Empress. Heaven and earth bear witness to her loyalty. She is to be posthumously elevated to the rank of Shanggong.
盛世隆恩。
Her ceremonial robes as a 5th rank Shangong were placed before her spirit tablet, red silk threaded with gold, more splendid than anything she ever wore in life. She never had such luxuries and never asked for them. All she ever wanted was to make sure you had eaten, that you were warm, that you hadn't cried. You poured her a cup of wine with your own hands and set it before her, just as she once tucked your blankets in at night, gentle, careful, as though afraid to wake her. A chamberlain glanced in from outside, then quickly lowered her head. She had never seen the Empress like this. The wine had long gone cold. You didn't move. You only sat there, realizing that from now on, no one would bring you a warm bowl of sweet soup in the quiet of the night. Yes, double plus honors. This girl was with us from the very beginning, from the first game. We met her in prison. In prison. And she was so cheerful and so kind and so willing to share all that she had to help us. Even in the lowest of low position as a servant that had been tossed in prison because of somebody else's whim, will, and idiocy, that we took her in. She was loyal to us to the very end and literally died trying to save us from drowning. Literally died trying to save us from drowning. Of course we will honor her. She was bright and cheerful and wonderful and did not deserve her end. She wasn't pushing for anything. No manipulation. Absolutely none. There is not a duplicitous bone in this girl's body. Or at least in this character's body. She was... Well... She went through the 7 sufferings of mankind and likely got elevated into the heavens on her absolute purity of spirit. Let's put it that way. Empress Wang. Born of nobility, born into an easy life, born to win, never to lose. However, she did lose. Do we promote her or do we demote her? She never gave the emperor she served any children. She adopted somebody else's children. She rules the rear palace with an iron fist to secure her rank. She meddled in the court affairs only to protect her own rank, not to actually care about anyone but herself. She discarded every person who became useless to her. She was not a nice woman. She was very politically ruthless. How do you demote an ex-empress in exile in the Cold Palace? How do you promote her? I don't know, but we're gonna demote her. Former Empress Wang has sown chaos within the rear palace and harbored treasonous intent against the throne. She is deemed a threat from the previous reign. She is hereby sentenced to death, and her entire clan is to be exterminated, to serve as a warning against treachery and to cleanse the palace of corruption. Well, I guess we kill her in the end. Or we could reconsider. This promotion do. Former Empress Wang, though guilty of treason, is spared physical punishment in remembrance of past ties. She is permitted to live on to witness the rise of an eternal dynasty. Okay. So it's basically, do we let her live out the remainder of her days in peace, or do we execute her and the entirety of her family? Oh yeah, Bramble. There is no in between. You are either kind and generous or death to everyone. The Wang noble family is still an influential family. I don't necessarily want them all dead. I just want them useful. I think I'm going to let her just quietly live out the rest of her days in peace. When Wang was brought into the hall, her gaze had already dulled. Her knees were so weak she could not even kneel properly, like a rotting log soaked through by rain. You had her remain there and read the edict to her, word by word. Is permitted to live on to witness the rise of an eternal dynasty. Her lips trembled. Whether she was cursing you or begging for mercy, it was impossible to tell. Perhaps even she no longer knew. It didn't matter. What you wanted was not her answer nor her submission, not even her fear. What you wanted was her gaze. You wanted her to keep those clouded eyes open and watch, year after year, as you overturned the realm, rebuilt it, and forged it into a golden age. A living failure is the most enduring monument of all, far more convincing than any inscription carved in stone. We get to leave her with the understanding that had she cared about the people, had she been kinder to her fellow consorts, had she not cared about only herself and her own image, she might have lived, and lived well. Because we were not truly in her way. She had raised to the highest that she could possibly raise, and there was no other place for her. She had gotten everything she desired, and she ruined all of it in the pursuit of hanging on to it without being able to share generously or care about others. So she can sit and watch us be better than her. That's fine. Oh. Yoshi, he is our attendant. We are going to promote him. Of course we're going to promote him. He is kind and generous and cares about us. I don't even have to think about this. We claimed the realm. You shall share in its splendor. Yaozi is to be appointed director of the palace service with authority over the 6 bureaus and 24 offices. Not reconsidering at all. Yaozi knelt trembling on the ground, kowtowing 9 times in succession until his forehead was red, beads of sweat gathering at his temples. Director of the palace service, overseer of the 6 bureaus and 24 offices. He couldn't remember a single one of those titles. What he did remember was that your favorite floral rice cakes for lunch hadn't been prepared yet. The new cook in the Imperial kitchen could never quite get the heat right. So after receiving his reward, the first thing he did was dash straight to the kitchen, his purple robe and golden sash fluttering behind him like a little banner. You called out to him, but he didn't hear you. Or perhaps he did, and simply decided the cakes mattered more than an imperial decree. The court officials exchanged uneasy glances, unsure how to react. You watched him disappear down the corridor and let out a small laugh. In this vast palace, he might be the only one who still saw you as a person, rather than a monarch. It's nice to show appreciation for him, but he's not suited to them. He'd much rather stay where he was. True, but now he is promoted. I mean, I could reassign, but I'm just gonna, that's fine. This man's was the personal bodyguard of both our emperor, the former 9th prince, and also became ours. I'll promote him, sure. He did a good job. Commandant Ling displayed unwavering loyalty and rendered distinguished service in protecting the throne. He is to be promoted to Grand General of the Imperial Guards and granted the purple gold fish tally. I have no reason not to. I have no reason to reconsider him for this, primarily because he has been loyal all the way to the end to those he served. He has never done his job disingenuously, and even when he distrusted us in the right way. And he allowed our actions to speak and change his opinion of us. Like, he wasn't suspicious of us out of hatred or some sense of, like, evil. He was suspicious of us because he was suspicious of everyone, and he wanted us to prove ourselves to ensure that we were not a danger to the person he protected, out of protective caution. And he did that job extremely well, and when we did finally prove ourselves to be trustworthy in the presence of the one he protected, his loyalty to us became just as sure as his loyalty to to his emperor, to his prince, to Li Ji himself. So I feel like issuing this promotion is a no-brainer. He deserves it. When Ling Xiao knelt to receive the purple goldfish tally, the sword at his side, never far from him, gave a faint ring. as if in quiet celebration, or perhaps in acknowledgement of its new allegiance. The court watched as the man, who once moved in shadows, now clad in a general's armor. They each silently weighed what it meant. That blade now answered to only one command. You watched as he fashioned the fish tally at his waist, clean, decisive, no different from the motion with which he drew his sword. From this day forward, he would no longer be a weapon hidden in the dark, but a general in the open. And yet, you knew, no matter what he wore or what title he bore, at his core he would always be the one who would step forward to take a fatal blow in your place. That was enough. Ah, he's such a good man. Alright. Consort Zhao of Elegance was barely a problem, honestly. The beautiful fool everyone fell for, grounded again? Grounded once again? I have no reason to demote her. Honestly, she was barely a problem. Like, sure, she was a problem. She did bring us harm. But she is so self-involved that there's nothing, like, she was just happy to live. You know what I mean? All she cares about is painting her own likeness and be, you know, living in comfort, to be quite frank. And seeing her son grow up well, too. She does love her son, don't get me wrong. I have no problems promoting her. Consort Zhao, though stripped of rank, once defied the deposed Empress Wang and held no fear of authority. She is to be recalled to the palace and appointed 5th rank official. What's the alternative? Let's check the alternative this time. Though stripped of rank, practiced forbidden rites within the palace, her crime admits of no pardon. She is to be executed immediately? Nah, she doesn't deserve execution. She wasn't really that bad. We have literally been up against worse. In fact, our own aunt was at one point far worse than this woman. She's fine. The day the consort Zhao returned to the palace, she stumbled on the steps before the hall. When she got back up, the hem of her skirt was streaked with dirt and she gave you a silly grin, a small tiger tooth showing. The court officials didn't know whether to laugh. After all, her face bore a faint resemblance to yours. To laugh at her felt a little too close to laughing at you. You waved her aside and let her stand off to one side, wondering how someone who couldn't even walk straight had once survived the palace. Perhaps it was precisely because she was foolish. So foolish that even her enemies pitied her, that schemers felt targeting her would be beneath them. That foolishness became her strongest shield. For a fleeting moment, you almost envied her. In this lifetime, you never had the luxury of being foolish. JP Bugs, hello! How are you today? Why did Ruhr get 3 options and we now only get 2 for... Ruhr was a servant. Everybody else that we have been dealing with past her is higher rank. That's why. And look, she also gets 3. She was only a Shangong, but she hated us from the very beginning. We could just ignore her. What does ignore do? Oh, never mind. No, I will redo that. Oh, geez, that does everybody. Never mind. Sorry guys, we're gonna have to go through this again. No, issue, that. She gets promoted. It's not really a promotion, it's really just retirement. Why would I demote him? What does the demotion say? Yuji has served me for many years with diligence and devotion, never once neglecting his duties. I hereby grant 1,000 taels of gold and permitted to leave the palace and return home to live out his years in peace. From this day forth, he shall enjoy a quiet life and need not re-enter the palace. He would refuse? Why would I do this to him? This is Road to Empress 2, JP. We are at the very end. We've finally finished the main storyline, and we're at the very end where we get to do silly things. So we are issuing edicts. He will want to continue, yeah, no. Promotion is... He's ridiculous in his promotion, but, yeah. Have you ever watched an Asian drama, specifically a Chinese drama? Specifically, a Imperial Palace Chinese drama? Road to Empress 1 and Road to Empress 2 are basically the choose your own adventure version of that. Everything is very dramatic. You die to everything. It's ancient. It is Shang Dynasty China. You are you're the main character that you play in this game is a consort of the Imperial Palace, and you have to survive. You have to survive and become Empress. It is called the Road to Empress for a reason. So, yes, our rise from a lowly person to the Empress herself ruling all, which is vaguely inspired by the actual only Empress of China, the only Empress of China that China ever had, who ruled on her own merit. She, in fact, went through many of these steps, but this is obviously not her life. It's just a drama that's loosely inspired by / related, or, you know, similar to her life. But yes, so we will we will promote him just because he's so silly. He would not want to leave us. We promote him, of course. I'm sorry, I had to redo some of this, so I'm running through this really quickly to get back to where I was. We promote her because she's not dangerous to us at all. Barely a problem. This is where I messed up. I ignored her. I thought I would have a pop-up, but no. So what does honor her say? Convicted Lu Ji was misled by wicked influences and strayed from the proper path, yet her true heart remained inclined towards goodness. In remembrance of the bond we shared in childhood, I hereby bestow upon her the posthumous title Yeoman, to honor what once was and to console the regrets that remain. No, this bitch tried to kill us so many times. Disgrace. Dishonor on her, dishonor on her cow, dishonor on her whole family. Absolutely not. No redemption arc for this bitch. Any resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Indeed, Trav, indeed. The convicted Lu Ji harbored treacherous intent and dared to plot rebellion against the throne. Her crimes are beyond redemption. All members of her clan who hold office or receive state stipends are to be stripped of rank, taken into custody, and subjected to strict investigation and retribution. So here's the story about this bitch, okay? First of all, her father was a corrupt imperial something. I don't think he was necessarily in the court. He may be of a minor noble family that was like a governor or a mayor of somewhere, and he was corrupt. He was embezzling money. Our father and him were friends. They had grown up through, you know, their families were friends as minor nobility. They'd gone through schooling together, etc., and so on. So when our father, his friend, found out that he was involved in corrupt embezzling, he merely demoted him a little bit rather than execute him outright, which would have been what would have happened to him if our father hadn't intervened on his behalf. Unfortunately, this happened when we were still children. So as much as we were friends as children, she thought that our father had destroyed her family and hated us anything to do with our family ever since that time. After her family had to move away because of the demotion. So when we both entered the rear palace at the very beginning of the first game together, she tried to get us killed over it, and spent time and time again, effort to try and ruin us, torture us, demote us, get us kicked out, kill us, etc., and so on. So yeah, her family, what broke her in the end is finding out that our father had actually tried to help her father, and because her father was not as upstanding and righteous as she had always believed him to be. She worshipped the ground her father walked on, so she wanted vengeance for her father's fall, and turns out her father was not the good man she believed him to be. We kind of broke her, and then we had her killed because she was out to kill us anyway. So her whole family probably shady AF, gonna be honest. We're just gonna make that a not problem. On the day the edict was proclaimed, the Liu clan seemed to collapse as though their bones had been pulled from their bodies. Those in office were all dismissed and detained for investigation. Several elders fainted on the spot. You did not go to see it. Instead, you remained where you were, reviewing an inconsequential memorial. The sound of your brush gliding across the paper was soft, so soft it reminded you of footsteps echoing through an alley long ago when she used to run hand in hand with you. Back then, neither of you understood the court, nor hated, nor the kind of fate that could never walk the same path. Yet, you set the memorial aside. Outside, the faint cries of the Liu family's women and children drifted in. Suddenly, your fingertips felt cold, like the touch of her hand all those years ago. Well, she brought it upon herself. And her family, unfortunately. Jijin, our guard, sorry, we're promoting her. She has been loyal to us from the moment we saved her little brother. Yeah. Jijin defended her sovereign with unmatched skill. She is to be appointed Palace General of the Right Gate Guard and permitted to bear arms before the throne. Because I guarantee you she will save our life if she can. We saved her brother. When Jijin accepted the command token of a Palace General, there was no trace of excitement on her face. She fastened it at her waist with care, stepped back and rested her hand on the hilt of her blade, just as she always had at your side, as if nothing had changed. For a fleeting moment, the court gaze fixed on her until her sharp look sent it scattering. For the first time, you felt a quiet sense of certainty. Some people do not need rank to prove their loyalty, but they deserve rank in return. She has never asked why, nor she has ever asked for anything. She simply appears when you need her and fades when you do not. The rarest thing in this world is not talent, but someone you can turn your back on without a second thought. She is the one. And in one of the endings we found along the way, we run off together to be lesbians. I think she's a little in love with us too. I'm okay with that. He was the senior minister of 3 reigns. From court politics to matters beyond the palace, he kept everything running. And for that, I don't think I want to ignore him or disgrace him. I want to see what disgrace says, but I don't know. Though the guilty minister Zhang's son is dead, the spirit of his treason must not be allowed to endure. As a warning to those who come after, all inscriptions he authored and all writings he left behind are to be destroyed without exception. Let future generations know only of a traitor instead of a worthy minister. No, not gonna do that. As much as in his old age, he did cling to power too hard, he did keep the government running. He did try to do good for the imperial family, even if he wanted to rule behind the throne. Yeah, let's see what honoring him does. Though the guilty minister Zhangshan once committed grave offenses, now that he has passed away, no further investigation shall be pursued. His family is permitted to bring his remains back to his homeland and lay him to rest. Yeah, no, just... He served for 30 years. He started off as faithful. He grew to believe that he was always right. That is what corrupted him. Not that he wasn't a good minister. Not that he didn't try to keep, the government running and everything working. It's just he became full of his own myth, essentially. I think I will just let him be laid to rest. He's not a problem. He's already dead anyway. Hubris. Yep, he just got set in his ways, really. When his coffin was brought back from the exile route, people along the way lit incense and offered spontaneous memorials. You did not stop them, nor did you intend to. A dead loyal minister is safer than a living one, and his loyalty was never truly yours to begin with. You merely allowed his family to take him back to the land he had longed for all his life, so that this stubborn old man, who had resisted for 3 reigns, could finally lay in peace within his ancestral grave. This was not forgiveness. It was closure. The moment his coffin was lowered into the earth, all the entanglements between you and the old order were buried beneath the soil with it. From this day forward, a new era begins, and no one will ever again use the will of the late emperor to suppress you. Oh, our dear friend, the Grand Princess, who hated us for a while, but we're gonna honor her anyway, because as much as she did publicly turn against us, she publicly turned against everyone, really. Privately, though, she was only angry that we could not save the man who had her heart. She didn't see the depths that we tried to help her with that, and unfortunately, it broke our friendship. But when it mattered, she still sided with us. In fact, in that same drowning incident where Ruhr died, it was her hand that pulled us out of the water in the end. Her hatred was more frustrated rage and not having anyone else to point it at. Yes, we were the easiest option to hate in that moment. And we have always been her friend. Even understanding where that hatred came from, we were always her friend. And when it mattered most, in what is essentially 2 universes of lives, because we did play an alternate version of this game to start. You know, we helped each other. So I'm gonna honor her. Princess Gao Yang, steadfast and sincere throughout her life, stood with me in unity, yet fell victim to false accusations. I hereby restore her name and clear her of all injustice. Her title as Grand Princess Gao Yang is reinstated with the posthumous name Hepu. She was our friend in the end. After the edict granting her the posthumous name Hepu was issued, you ordered a silk tree planted by her grave. Hepu, a name drawn from a tale about loss and return. You wished foolishly, perhaps, that some things might one day find their way back. But you know she never will. The world will one day belong to women. When you spoke those words aloud, your voice trembled and your eyes burned. You remember the night you climbed the palace walls together. The moon was bright, and she leapt down with her skirts gathered, laughing without restraint. She said she wanted to become someone no one could ever control. You made that dream real for her. In this world now, no woman will ever again be bound as she was, and yet, what does that matter? She is not here to see it. The silk tree rustled softly in the wind, and you seemed to hear the smile in her voice. Why are you crying? You are now the Empress. Ji Haizong was the first minister that we got in our corner when we started trying to influence the court. He was a small-town scholar. He had 10 years of enduring hardship, yet his passion never once cooled. We literally had to pretend to have him assassinated by our enemies to get him on our side, but as much as he failed to believe that we could transcend the limitations of being a female and ruling the empire, yeah, we did the side story first. Completely different stuff. I actually feel like I'm going to honor him anyway. He served the people loyally, that's for sure. Throughout his life, Chancellor Ji has served with unwavering loyalty, devoting himself wholly to the realm. Though flawed in conduct at times, his true heart cannot be ignored. In recognition of his service, he is posthumously granted the title of Grand Tutor with the posthumous name Wen Zheng. Oh yeah. Oh, you've no idea. It was kill or be killed for a long time. When word spread that he had been enshrined in the Imperial Ancestral Temple, the court erupted. The title of Wen Zhen had not been granted in a century. The last to bear it was the founding emperor's own mentor. You paid no mind to the whispers, the muttered objections, the bitter memorials. You cared about only one thing, that in the future, when those courtiers kneel in the temple, they will see Ji Huazong's tablet above them. You even instructed the artisans to carve it half an inch taller than the rest, just like he was in life, chin raised high, stubborn as ever. Let every minister who enters feel that tablet's presence, sharp, uncomfortable, and remember, there is more than one way to serve. Oh, this man. He was the second one we grabbed. Forged by the streets, rough around the edges, loyal where it counts. He died to see us become the Empress of China. We will honor him for that. Chancellor Li, steadfast in righteousness throughout his life, turned the tide in times of crisis and safeguarded the realm. He is hereby posthumously granted the title of Grand Marshal with the posthumous name Zongshu, and honored with burial beside the Imperial Mausoleum. Burial beside the Imperial Mausoleum. No one in court could accept it. The censorate submitted 7 memorials overnight in protest, denouncing him as morally corrupt, unworthy of such honor. You did not care. A blade that broke for you deserved a place beside the Imperial tomb, even if it was stained with filth and rust, even if holding it once made you recoil. You stood before his grave for a while, recalling his final audience. In all my life, the only honorable thing I did was serve your majesty. You said nothing then. Now you believe him. The wind carried over from the Imperial Mausoleum and it struck you. Perhaps that wasn't humility. Perhaps it was sorrow. A whole life and only one decent deed to show for it. That is a kind of loneliness few could bear. He wasn't the best of people, but when he dedicated himself to a cause, that cause being, you know, your wanton well-being, your whims in the and will on the world, he did it with his whole heart and soul, and he never looked back from that, and he never regretted it, and he died to help you pursue that. Oh yeah, she had a much better life. Zhu Minhua, the daughter, the second daughter of Zhu Xiaode. All she wanted to do was live with her love in the steppes and not end up in the palace. In the side story, we were able to give her exactly that life, and in the main story, we were not. Jieyu Zhu was coerced into her crime and acted under duress. She is in truth a pitiful figure. She is permitted to be buried beside the tomb of Consort Zhu of Kindness to rest with her kin. I will allow her to be buried with her sister, who was the previous emperor's Consort of Kindness. As much as she could not live up to the endearing sweetness of the Consort of Kindness, she did not want to do what she did, and in the end, she was coerced and cornered into it out of grief and anger. Not because she held any ill will against us, but because she had no other choice. If she told us what was going on, we'd have helped her get out, and it would have gone well, but she couldn't. Well, she didn't feel like that was an option, really is what it came down to. She didn't know that she could trust us. She had been told that we were the rival, that her whole reason of being there was to remove us, or deal with us, or, you know, get attention onto herself. She was being used, and she knew it, and she felt there was no way out. And from her perspective, there truly was not. I can understand her point of view. It was incorrect, but still. Jeebus endorses this message of forgiveness. I agree. Jeebus is a very forgiving guy. Besides Consort Zhu's tomb, a small grave has appeared. Unremarkable. No inscription. Only a white flowered tree swaying gently in the wind. She spent her life longing for her sister. In death, let her rest quietly at her side. It is the best arrangement you can offer. A white flower, once poisonous, its thorns removed. It is only a flower. Her venom was poured into her by others, forced out by fate, grown in the shadow she could never escape. You stand at her grave for a while, and a thought comes unbidden. Perhaps the greatest tragedy of her life was not meeting you, but living forever in the shadow of the dead. I would agree with that. We demoted one woman. Alright. No, I don't want. So we've cleared the cleared chapters summary. We've done both of these things. We could go back and do more, but we will have other opportunities, I believe. So we first entered on the 7th, the 28th of July, 2026. From your return to your rise as ruling Empress, I spent 24 hours and 1 minute. You use this time to walk the path to the throne and become the ruler of all under heaven. Now, obviously, this took a number of streams to do, but overall, 24 hours. Main story, we have unlocked 72.9%, which outranks 93% of players. And we have made 278 choices, which outranks 82% of players. Do you still remember those dead ends beneath poisonous fragrance in the freezing lake water? Do you still remember those names along your journey? Lu Ji, Empress Wang, Chancellor Zhang Shun, Mo Ying. You overcame dead ends and the names behind them. We have witnessed 53 endings, 33 of which are Imperial, 2 of which are, I forget what flower this is, and 18 of which are peony. Chancellor Zhang Shun held power over the court. You played the long game and struck in one decisive sweep. When Beiji invaders crossed the border and loyalties wavered, you took command yourself and crushed them in a single campaign. When ministers conspired and rebels rose, you tore down the curtain and stood unmoved. Yeah, and 1 minute. You stepped beyond the beaded curtain and achieved unprecedented legacy. So we ended up in the early 400s, except for indecisiveness. Ambition, decisiveness, strategy. An emperor is forged from these qualities. What is our trait sketch? What did we get? Congrats, you did it. You've cleared the game and your report is ready. Check it out now. Your prediction. Oh, we got romantic datura, not what we predicted. So romance. Current ratio 60%. Let's see the word cloud. So we predicted tender ambergris, but we got romantic datura. That's fine. Refresh it a moment. Absolute authority, many masks, righting wrongs. Absolute authority was not this big before, but this is where we ended up. Okay. So, slow build. The datura looks delicate but carries potency. Like it, you seem hard to approach. Though the sharpness is surface level, you chose kindness. You help quietly without seeking recognition. The steady one people trust. You never cared for the spotlight. While others rush, you perfect every detail. At work, you focus on doing things properly. In love, your feelings run deep, shown through consistency and presence. Soft only for a few. Small gatherings work. Anything larger feels like torture. Your social battery isn't built for endless interaction. You prefer sincerity over networking. People who match your wavelength always find you naturally. We are confident, extroverted, tangerine. So these are the two that are next to us. The confident and complimentary. So I actually agree that this romantic datura build is very much me. Interesting phrase. Do you upload words to the word cloud? I don't upload any words. They are built into the system. Depending on what choices you make as you play, they are added to your word cloud. And then at the end, you get there's 8 different archetypes that you end up becoming. Your choices end up making you one of them. How many terabytes of storage does it have? Not enough. Datura, aka thorn apples, devil's trumpet, and mad apple. All species of datura are extremely poisonous and psychoactive, especially their seeds and flowers, which can cause respiratory depression, erythemas, fever, delirium, hallucinations, anti-chlorinogenic toxidrome, psychosis, and death if taken internally. Delightful. They are rather pretty, though. And they're in my favorite color, purple. Just saying. What's today's fortune? Today's fortune. The color is green or teal. The directions are east or southeast. The events are outdoor travel. Also the color gold. Direction, I guess these are the positive ones, and then the negative things are gold, northwest, and forgetting your charger. That's my fortune for today. All right, what is career? So we are 19% clever and resourceful, 18% adaptive thinker, 17% decisive and swift, 10% lay low before the strike, 10% ambitious and achiever, 12% upward management, and 14% resilient to change. That reaction time, that razor logic, you see right through the heart of things. Quiet focus is your comfort zone, but it's time to raise your head and claim what's yours. All right, career. Workplace minimalist. Detours can still bloom. You obsess over details and hold high standards. You thrive in work demanding patience and craftsmanship. Success may be slow, but persistence builds something lasting. Make your work visible. Let your capabilities be heard. People trust you because you're dependable. You handle tasks well, but staying buried in work means others may overlook your effort. Speak up, share progress, let your strengths be seen. Soft-spoken, strong-willed. You suit detail-heavy work like finance, law, or consulting. You keep everything steady. Even under pressure, you rarely lose composure. Your strength comes from quiet resilience and emotional steadiness. I have a nice pokeberry bush that grew by my door. I have no idea what personality profile that has, though. I don't think that would apply here. So, we are 25% skeptical, 21% open-minded, 22% socially inclined, 13% emotionally stable, and 19% highly curious. You don't owe everyone a yes. Save your sincerity for the ones who deserve it. Reach out to your friends once in a while. They might be waiting for you to make the first move. So our social type is social hermit. Silence isn't always the solution. To avoid conflict, but not every disagreement is harmful. Honest conversations prevent misunderstandings. Express concerns calmly while they're still small. I see it differently is often enough. Comfort zones have doors for a reason. You let connections happen naturally, but staying in familiar circles too long limits your world. Stay open to new people. Even someone who prefers the background deserves a spotlight sometimes. Kindness needs boundaries too. Your warmth makes people comfortable, but always prioritizing others can burn you out. You're allowed to say no. Healthy relationships aren't weakened by boundaries, they're strengthened. Jeez Louise, this thing has me on lock. See what they say about love. I am pragmatic. Am I pragmatic over romantic? No, I think this is romantic over pragmatic, dependent over independent. Open-minded over faithful, go-getter over wait and see, emotional over rational. I could have it backwards. It doesn't have to make sense if you're both laughing, that's sweet enough. Being good to everyone is lovely, being extraordinary to one person is even better. So we like honey sweet love. Little surprise keeps love alive. Your love is quiet and steady, shown through routines, but even safe relationships can feel routine. Break the pattern sometimes, go somewhere new. Love needs moments that keep life feeling fresh. Routine isn't meant to be untouchable. You maintain stability well, making people feel secure, but relationships need spontaneity. A random gift or sharing an exciting experience brings fresh energy. Stability and excitement can coexist. Love needs room to breathe. You keep emotions tightly held, but relationships aren't meant to be sealed off. Reach out instead of withdrawing. Let feelings come out before they harden into silence. Keep reaching for each other. All right, that is what this is what my report is. Now, the report analyzes your initial choices to simulate personality traits reflecting your strategic preferences in palace survival scenarios. Please note that this is not real-life guide work for love or relationships. For work, love, or relationships, keep the following in mind. Decisions are influenced by the designed flow, which may simplify or exaggerate real-world complexities. The labels in this report are for entertainment purposes only and should not be viewed as a substitute for professional psychological assessment. The analysis is based on subjective design framework. We recommend interpreting it in light of your real-world context. Real-life actions and decisions are shaped by personal experiences, environment, culture, and values. This report is for reference only. We encourage you to adapt it to your current circumstances. May the joy and insights inspire growth in your everyday life. So, yeah, it's not meant to be taken too seriously, is what they're saying. Thank you for playing the game and staying with us until the very end. Along the way, you faced misunderstanding and betrayal. You also encountered kindness and courage. Hope everything you feel in this journey can stay with you along the way. We, New One Studio, have spent years crafting this game, and will continue to polish in the upcoming days. Hope you can enjoy every minute and every playthrough. New One Studio team. The YouTube algorithm took me to a video called The Worst Trip of My Life, Datura, the Stuff of Nightmares. Whew, that sounds fun. So, let us pray. We haven't seen the pray feature. Redeem, vow, merit? Okay, let's do today's prayer. Enter your daily prayer. What should we pray about, you guys? I think I would like to pray about... I hope that all of my followers, friends, family, and those I have yet to meet will find their own path and thrive. Praying to Buddha for this. Prayer successful. Alright, what does Redeem Vow do? Each prayer can be kept for up to 365 days. We have redeemed it, hopefully to keep it for 365 days. What does merit do? Oh. We can just bang the drum for merit. I don't know what it says because I don't read Mandarin. Pokeberries are also poisonous, but in a make you empty yourself kind of way. Ah, yes. Nobody enjoys the shits, but oh boy, do you get cleaned out. We are banging the little fish drum for merit. Alright. Good. We have done our daily prayers. And this is where it kicks us out, so we can attend court, we can pray. I'm gonna do feats right now. Okay. We didn't get any on this tab. 36% done here, 38 here, 75 here. Let's see if we finish it off. Sun and Moon in Harmony, which is the end of a chapter. And The Road to Empress, which is the end of the game. And we are at 91%. Master of All. Hint mode. Unlock hint mode at 100% total progress. Okay, we never reached that, so we're one beat away from that. 16% here. Jeez Louise. Networking Pro. Unlock all main story characters in Road to Empress 2. Okay. Imperial Grace. Promote over 9 people in the Edict session. We did. And Personalized Touch. View your trait sketch. We did that as well. So... we haven't reviewed enough memorials. We didn't get all the collectibles. We have not struck the wooden fish over 314 times. We haven't unlocked 100 total endings. And we've not demoted 9 people. Complete all QuickTime events. I think we missed a couple. Alright. Ready to rule. Review a memorial in the court for the first time. Throne has spoken. Issue an edict at the court for the first time. 76%. Share for the first time? I've not shared. Activate hint mode for the first time. I didn't do that either. And use the backtrack feature. Okay, well, I'm fine with that. So that's the feats, aka achievements. Let's see what we learned here. Aha. At last you broke through every chain, tradition, expectation, fate itself, and rose to the very height of power. This golden age is one you forged with your own hands. Every hard choice shaped who you are today, and ahead lies a road even longer waiting for you to walk it. We will send flowers. Let's send all the flowers. Oh, I don't have enough. How many do I have? I have enough for this. There we go. This is the side story version. We don't have any bonus story stuff, so I don't know why it won't mark that. Okay. After coming, years later, Yuzi would recall being chosen as Wu Mingyang's personal attendant and laugh. Back then, a colleague's shove ended up sending me straight into the position of Shang's top attendant. Funny how fate works. He did an excellent job, too. Who else? For decades after you made him chancellor, you believed he was your most loyal minister. Only at the end did you learn the truth. Loyalty to you and loyalty to Shang were not the same thing in his eyes. People follow their own paths. You cannot force them otherwise. Li Yifu, who had been in exile for years, happened to pass away from illness. You took his son into the palace and raised him yourself. Everyone praised your loyalty to an old friend. None of them knew the weight behind it. After being demoted and exiled by you, Zhu Jingyi did not resign himself to defeat. Instead, he fled to the prosperous city of Yang Prefecture, gathering a band of similarly disgraced officials and generals, preparing something far greater. To silence Zhu Jingyi is harder than stemming a flood. After his rebellion failed, Zhu Jingyi fled to Run Prefecture, dreaming of a comeback. His own men killed him. Those who betray are always betrayed in the end. He was angry. But you know what? His actor did a good job. Good job, dude. Chen Wunting. After you stripped him of his command, Chen Wunting seemed to understand your meaning. Soon after, he returned to the battlefield as a common soldier and sought his death there. He betrayed you, yes, but his loyalty as a warrior never wavered. I think he was named after, like, a real person. Oh. In the end, none of it mattered. No brilliance can save a man without loyalty, least of all the Empress's son. And lower your hand, Li Zhang. You are the most disloyal of them all, and not even Her Majesty's true-born son. Oh, he was, but... Dear gods, not even he believed it. The new Empress of Shang, your daughter-in-law. She shares the Wei name, with no blood with Consort Wei, who nearly killed you all those years ago. Even so, you see shadows of everyone you despise in her. Empress Wang's position, Consort Wei's ambition, Lu Ji's detestation, and Consort Zhao's calculation. Yep, she was not a nice girl. But she played the part well. Winner! Granddaughter of Shangguan Yi, her grandfather's crimes condemned her to a life of servitude in Yeting, which is a palace, by the way. Yeting Palace. Or Hall. But she has been reading since she could hold a book, and her grasp of history and governments is remarkable. Even in the depths of misfortune, her spirit remains unbroken. She did good. I will give her good things. Chirpy. Alright, Princess Taiping as a young adult. As she comes of age, Taiping grows ever more like you, shrewd, capable, and strong-willed. You cannot bear to send her away, even refusing foreign demands to offer her in marriage. In return, her devotion to you runs deep, and she shares everything she treasures, even her favorite male lovers, without reservation. Interesting. But she is a loyal daughter. Your most beloved princess, she resembles you most. She will become a legend one day. And I'm sure the sequel will be all about her rising to power. The new Emperor of Shang, his name sounds so much like his brother's that you constantly mix them up. Now that Li Jian has turned traitor, you cannot hear the name without flinching. You have even considered making Li Jian change it. Li Ji, perhaps? That has a nice ring to it. It is quite clear that he falls short of Li Xian's talent, and fares worse in nearly every regard. The only trait he seemed to have inherited from his father, Li Ji, is his devotion to his empress. Li Dan, your fourth son, after Li Xian's disgraceful conduct, he took the throne. Of all your sons, he is the most obedient. Perhaps too obedient. Some ministers whisper that he is weak, spineless, nothing more than the dowager's puppet. You hear those whispers. Strangely, they bring you comfort. So that is everybody unlocked across the board. And we have bloopers.
他给我一个那种登基的眼神。对对对。
让羽林军2位统帅。
然后其他小将没来，这样。是啊，主要是因为没有空间。
主子快跑
！Yeah, the sets are often very, very loud. BFF, come over and let's make up already. She's fun.
你在唱什么歌啊？
上学吧，我听不到你在唱什么。
Oh, so cute.
刚给你发消息没回复。
Kids are playing. ，They had fun on
我的
set.
脸真的还是很权威呢。
小弟你在干什么
？360度无死角。
Rocking as he tries to memorize his lines. I totally get that. They pull out their phones to hang out. How funny. She did. Oh gosh, working in the pool. Ah, the bloopers are fun. The bloopers are fun. $2:30. Oh geez. People are just trying to sleep and she's over there mogging the camera.
Hello， 弥勒佛。啊，真正的贵妃汤。
Looks like they all got along on set. That's good.
Huh? 啾啾，娃娃，娃娃，娃娃。
Aw, such a smart pup. Such a smart pup.
好聪明。
Which one is the doll?
纸巾。只要娃娃。
No, I want more treats. The dog is cute. We like Chirpy. Alright, we have new collectibles. Is this all of them, I think? No, we still have one locked collectible. Looks like we have just one locked one. Okay. Ozymanthus tea. Back when you were Karen, the deadly Ozymanthus soup haunted your dreams for countless nights. When Li Jian heard the story, he found a way to redeem the flower. A tea that soothes a cough, calms the spirit, and was entirely certifiably safe. Well done. A scholar's call to arms, urging all under heaven to rise against this woo woman. Its language is sharp, its prose flowering and elegant, yet as you read its relentless scorn, it almost feels like praise. Such voices cannot halt your steps, they merely add rhythm to your ascent. The Analects. One of the sacred 4 books and 5 classics, recording the teachings of Confucius. Every scholar in the land is expected to study it. Much of it contains timeless wisdom. Some of it, however, has aged poorly. Consider this gem. Women and petty men are the hardest to deal with. Wanner read that line exactly once, then she picked up her brush and crossed it out. Mask of Shadows. To smuggle the exiled Li Yifu back into the capital, you ordered him to wear a mask so no one would recognize him. You expected discretion. What you got was a mask so extravagant that half the city began whispering about the mysterious beauty hidden underneath. Well, at least it shows he took your orders to heart. Silly man. Little bit vain. Letter of Abdication. Li Dan wrote this himself. The prose is ornate, but the message is simple. I do not wish to be emperor, mother. At first glance, it seems to confirm what everyone whispers about your 4th son, that he is weak, that he lacks ambition. But you see something else between the lines. Perhaps he has already sensed your hunger for the throne. Perhaps he chose to step aside before you had to push him. They say wisdom lies in knowing when to yield. If Li Dan truly sees that far ahead, he may yet make a fine ruler when his time comes. Tiger Head Shoes. The tiger, king of all beasts, has long been a symbol of strength and fortune. Healthy, spirited children are called tiger-headed for generations. Elders have dressed their little ones in tiger-shaped shoes and caps to scare off evil spirits and bless them with vigor. Your aunt stitched this pair with her own hands. Every thread speaks of how much she loves you, the child you carry. They're very cute, if perhaps a little too pink for me. Like the sun and moon sharing the sky, so too do you and I. Aww. Yiting was one of the palace's most versatile places. It housed low-ranking chamberlains, but it was also where the families of disgraced officials were confined. Many of them were assigned physical work such as laundry and sewing. Interestingly, this humble corner of the palace also produced a number of extraordinary figures, including you. Truly proof that hardship builds character. Alright, what else haven't we read? Department of State Affairs. Together with the Secretariat and the Chancellery, the Department of State Affairs forms the 3 departments. Its primary role is carrying out approved imperial decrees, making it the Empire's main executive branch. The Ministry of Justice was where the central judicial administration of ancient China. It oversaw criminal law, reviewed legal codes, managed prisons, and it re-examined major cases holding tremendous power over matters of life and death. The Court of Judicial Review was the highest judicial institution in ancient China, responsible for overseeing trials and handling major criminal cases. Its status was comparable to that of the modern Supreme Court. Imperial Ceremonial Hall, the most prestigious ritual structure in ancient China, where emperors performed sacred rites and issued decrees. Its classic design, round above and square below, embodies the cosmological principle of heaven is round, earth is square. Mandate of Heaven. When the Yellow River runs clear, a sage shall appear, according to an ancient Chinese proverb. The river's waters are perpetually murky. Should they ever turn clear, it would herald the arrival of a great ruler or an age of peace. Throughout history, emperors have invoked this saying as an auspicious omen to reinforce the legitimacy of their reign. I think we've read everything else. Alright, we've gotten a few extra feats from clicking some buttons. So so this is at 46%. And apparently we have a new envoy. Summon the envoy of Jigzang, the envoy of Wutan, the envoy of Fuling, or decline because we're busy. What envoy do we want to talk to? Jin, Wu, or Fu? You guys tell me. We've never done this before, so let's see what ends up happening. Jin Zhang? Okay. I think it's this ponytail guy over here.
金献国辞旨拜见梧州女皇。陛下，在路上，在下想了100句赞美的诗，但是看见陛下圣言，在下实在是太紧张了，把准备好的诗都忘了。
使者不必紧张。
下陛下。
Well, he's pretty, but he's not smart.
为表金献国对陛下的深厚敬意，并愿两国文化交流源远流长，在下特意带来我国之宝——镇国神物金吉象。
陛下在我国，他是大地的守护神。
祝陛下江山永固，开创独一无二的盛世天下。
寓意不错，盛世天下正是朕所求。贵使有心了。
Yeah, nobody hands the emperor anything directly.
在下斗胆，先上一顿茶艺。
Flute, fan, or we are busy? Do we want to hear a pretty flute? Do we want to see a pretty fan? Or are we like, nah, you've wasted our time long enough today. Thanks, though. The dance? Okay, fan dance it is. Let's see how pretty it is. Ah, they're dancers. They are not actors. Got it. Which one danced better? The guy in blue or the guy in the other color? Chat, let me know. Which one did you like? We got Mr. Blue Green over here and we've got Mr. Dusty Purple. Like I know? It's an opinion. Which one did you like better? I personally like Dusty Purple over here. Not because he's wearing a type of purple, I just think that he danced better. But, it, you know, it's opinion only. They both did a good job. Do we bestow a reward or offer praise? Reward them. Performers like praise, but need to eat. That's fair. They are a diplomat, though? But sure, we'll bestow a reward. We can be generous.
贵使万里而来，确实有心了。 才艺更是别出心裁。朕见你身姿挺拔，颇有神采，特赐五州华服2套，让你回国后也展示一下我五州的锦绣风华。
Show off your new digs at your place.
下陛下，凡事 愿五洲的声势繁华，与金县国的福绕祥和，交相辉映，有1万岁。
贵时远来辛苦，这一吩咐赐宴款待，且下去休整歇息吧。
下陛下，在下告退。
Okay, so we can go back to attending the court. We have more memorials we could do. Another envoy arrival. Let's actually do the meetup, because I haven't... With you, the Ordinary blossoms into the road of Empress. So this is the meet and greet phenomenon that happened in China when the game came out. That's cool. Good job, you guys. Cute. So yeah, these guys worked really hard on this game, on these games. This is the sequel to the first game. But it was filmed very much like a traditional Chinese drama. And it was treated in China and South Korea as a traditional Chinese drama, even though it is a game. So yeah, that was kind of awesome indeed. What a fun time. So yeah, there's still things that I can do. I can continue to attend court. I can continue to seek out all of the endings. And there are many of them. Here are all our prizes. But as you can see, that we have not 100%ed this game by any stretch of the imagination. So we absolutely could, although it's interesting that because we did this particular line first, it is considered the main line, whereas the actual longer game is considered the side, which is funny in the chapter list. I think it's just because I did one over the other. It pretty much is a drama, just in choose your own adventure form. It is, and so, you know, they had to do a lot of like repurposing, editing. Like, these actors worked really hard, and they had to do variations on the same scene in case for slightly different death endings and all kinds of stuff. Like, this was a rigorous progress, or I should say a rigorous process, and they did a really good job. And they seem to have a lot of fun on set. We saw the bloopers reel where they're just goofing around behind the scenes, making mistakes, laughing at their own mistakes, but they seem to get along, even though they were, you know, playing characters that very much were against each other. And the acting in the for the actual story works out very well. The music is good. We didn't run into a lot of bugs in the games or anything like that, so I highly recommend both The Road to Empress and The Road to Empress 2, of which you can find both on Steam. So here is a link to the second game, but it's very easy to find the first game on Steam. If you like this kind of choose your own adventure drama, have fun with this. Die a lot, because it's hilarious. You do get tired on occasion of some of, like, the same endings over and over again, but there are controls that you can, like, jump through things a lot faster. So if you're just looking to 100% this game, it is much more easier than I've shown. I have tried not to use the speed settings or the jump features too much while we were pursuing the full story so that we could enjoy the cinematic experience of it. But we did do a little bit of that when I had to jump through hoops to, like, find out how to get to the end. So, but it's been really rather wonderful. So thank you guys so much for joining me for another Road to Empress. We're not going to be playing this game tomorrow. Tomorrow we're probably going to be playing something I have played before. I haven't decided what. There is, let's see here. We could go back to Sultan's game, which is much more in this way, but a lot more reading. Because they've had updates since the last time I played. And I would very much like to check out some of those updates. Maybe get some runs in and not suck at the game. Because I absolutely do. We could also go back to Rekka, which I played for a while, and they've had some major updates to bug fixes, quality of life. The building is better, and they've furthered some of the story in the game, so it runs a lot smoother now. I have looked into it a little bit. I would not be able to pick up right from when I left off, but I could absolutely pick up on that. We also, let's see, what else have I streamed? We could go back to Frostpunk 2 because the Breach of Trust expansion is out. I think I own it. I should double check. Yes, I do. So we could play the Breach of Trust expansion for Frostpunk 2, which will probably bleed into next week. And Obscura has also had updates. Although, I may not be able to do the voices that I did for the original playthrough, but we can absolutely play Obscura again as well, which is another choose your own adventure with a more romantic twist. Yeah, some of the people that we did try to go for have had updates to their stories. Forgiven value of romantic, yes. It is an otome visual novel. It is defined as a romance novel, but there is some spicy times in it, so maybe we won't go back to Obscura. I might have to keep that one for myself from here on out, but I know that the game is not finished, so the spicy time endings aren't fully in the game yet, but they are coming. So yeah, I got some things I could do before I have a Friday fun day with Psycho Phoenix. What else? What else? You know what? I think in the theme we're gonna go from China to back to the Middle East. We're gonna play some more Sultan's game tomorrow. I've just decided. Nobody can stop me. We'll play Sultan's game tomorrow. And have fun with it. In any case, you guys, thank you so much for joining me on this journey on the road to becoming Empress. It has been an absolute blast. Let's wrap this up, shall we? My name is Mayrin Altheatover. I do stream Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern U.S. time, and if that is not your time zone, feel free to give me a follow and put on notifications. You can do that either here on Twitch or over on Blue Sky, whichever floats your goat, because boats, as you well know, already float. But that way you'll have a notification of when I go live and you can join me immediately for some more Sultan's game tomorrow and, you know, other games at other times. I also have a YouTube channel, so if you missed out on the full playthrough of Road to Empress to see how I got through the whole story from start of the first game to today's finish, my YouTube channel is there for you. Jump over there, subscribe, then you'll have all the handy dandy playlists at your perusal anytime, day or night. And if you ring the bell, you'll know when the VODs go live, so that if you can't join me live all the time, you can at the very least know that I'm still doing things until I stop, I guess. It's up to you, of course. They're all options. But I do tend to raid a friend or make a friend at the end of every stream. Usually it works, sometimes Twitch is twitchy. But you can copy pasta my raid message and share the love as we head out to enjoy time with others. Because we're all in this together. Who do I want to go raid? Yesterday I raid Z Royal Viking. Today I feel like we're gonna raid... You know what? Let's just raid Psycho Phoenix. She's playing Dead by Daylight with friends. Or most likely with friends. Who knows? Sometimes she plays just with randos. But we're gonna go say hi because she's a good friend and I play with her on Fridays. In any case, you guys, I hope you have a fantastic, magical rest of your time, whatever time zone you are in. Take care of yourselves until I see you again, either on stream or in my videos. And now we raid in 3, 2, 1. Bye, everyone!